Slight emotional trauma.
I'm
What's
starting the recording.
Emotional trauma? I'm here for the
Slight.
ghost.
Here.
What?
I don't know.
There?
Other people were saying words
We're
in the sentence
here.
with a question mark at the end.
We're here? Question mark.
I've got this nagging feeling like I'm forgetting something.
Is the bar here? Are you recording?
I'm
The laundry?
recording.
Are you logged into
No.
Roll20? Yes.
Yeah.
Laundry?
No.
Did you forget to write up an important character or NPC character sheet?
I hope not. Got the
Did you-
bard open.
Write up that thing we talked about last night? Or is that for later?
Which thing?
The thing you were going to do.
Yes.
Did you leave something in the microwave?
No.
Do you have tea?
Yes. I
We
still
have enough tea.
Yeah.
That's what breaks are for.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's physically possible, honestly.
I've seen Jamie say I don't want tea, so I know it's possible.
I also like sleep. Let me. Oh God. I have so many maps. Let me move this back here.
Here.
Okay. Who would like to remind us what happened over the last 2 weeks? 'Cause they were
Fought a
connected.
wizard. Fought a simulacrum of a wizard. Got scared a lot. Broke a tower. Proceeded to exit tower through magic and or hammering and or blasting.
Broke a wing or two.
Broke a wing or two. Someone revealed themselves as a dastardly red dragon to a member of the Platinum Army.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie. Wizard tried to convince Zoe to go with him. Succeeded. Zoe used the power of friendship to stop the wizard, and then the wizard got shot. By one sniper.
Does suggestion really count as convincing?
It is a suggestion.
Is magically convincing.
Temporarily convinced.
Convinced in quotation marks.
Confuzzled.
It's magically convincing.
We also located some interesting and powerful magical items.
We did.
And
that
some
people didn't use.
We used some of them.
Well, we got the ones off the wizard, too. We have that one part of the control item thing that we suspect is being used on Zoe's uncle.
Yeah. And some books.
Books. And I know we never sort of got into it, but do we know how much magical crafting reagents we got out of that haul? Just to get the meta stuff out of the way, so we don't have to ask about it later and forget.
Did I tell you what Rizwan picked up?
You told us they picked up some shards. You didn't say anything beyond that.
I can tell you what I have written down.
Sure.
I thought there was one gem. No, that was the hearing thing, I believe, wasn't it?
Here we have a sending stone. Oh, and Zoe asked for a meeting.
I mean, we also had a wizard blow up in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
Zoe is currently covered in blood.
I wrote down 3 chunks of amethyst and 1 purple sapphire.
Okay. Do we have a document for all of your...
We did. What happened to it?
It's in here somewhere, I swear.
There. We have a lot of stuff.
Enchanting rules. So the amethyst is for up anything up to level 3 spell slot for enchanting.
It's good for Amma and I, especially since we only have level 3 spells.
Yeah. The purple sapphire would be good for like up to level, we'll say up to level 5, but it's not enough to enchant a full item. It's like half.
Huh.
So you would need that in some other crafting reagents
Yeah.
of high quality.
Yeah. So make sure that you note that down somewhere, because I'm going to forget by the next time we do this.
I have written it down.
Thank you.
Can we actually can we get a blank document in there? We can just put the crafting stuff in Roll20. That way we always know where it is.
Sure. Just want to make sure that there isn't one kicking around. There's party loot.
Yeah, we always just do a subclass in party loot, I guess.
Yeah, put it in party loot, then it's all in one document.
So we used to have access to the enchanting rules, and they're not there anymore.
In game stuff?
Yeah. Or is it?
It's called Enchanting Rules. It's in a doc.
Oh, I thought it was
That's right.
actually in the game.
No. That would be far too much foresight for me to have.
Oh, it's not pinned either. That's why I can't find it.
Yes. If someone with power can pin it, that would be good.
In it. That's the ticket.
That would be me, I suppose. Who the fuck is it?
I mean, you could give us all power to pin stuff if you wanted to.
There, it's pinned.
For 1 second, I got a notification of, "Ooh, Jamie sent me a message."
Okay, while we're doing this housekeeping stuff, I have one more housekeeping thing that I just kind of flew over my head last week. Another thing that you find on Trevarian's body is his spell book.
Ah, makes sense.
So you have that at your disposal. However, I do believe that Zoe, you can only learn the spells in it that have the ritual tag.
Correct.
Looking over his... Please load. Looking over his character sheet, like I can send you a screenshot of all of the spells that he has, but the only, like the literal only one here that has a ritual tag is Unseen Servant.
Damn it.
I mean, I would like to know, just because curiosity, what he had. And Quasta thinks it's could be sell for a lot of money. If I would have thought of something like that.
Oh, I mean, I can give it to Vanny and she can have a field day with it.
Also that.
And then we have our true big bad evil.
That is incorrect. He should not have a 7th level spell slot still.
He was a lot stronger than I thought he was.
Okay, I've added the enchanting thing to the party loot and updated it with the 3 chunks of amethyst up to level 3 and blue sapphire 1/2 of a level 5 reagent.
So yeah, this, as far as like things that you, the PCs, can get out of this book, there's not really very much except to know what you were up against. But this book could still be worth a lot of money to the right person. Or you could just give it to Vanya.
Then Vanny gets in trouble because she's not supposed to know most of these spells.
That is very true.
By whom's rule?
Also, wrist pocket should be in here, and it isn't.
If we do point it out, if it does come up, we are going to a country that does have mages as well, so we could possibly sell it in someone of influence in Garkima. Money.
I have a bookkeeping question.
Mhm.
In I think for Ty, he was the one who knew about this. In the enchanting material we currently have, there is 3 charges of Underdark crystals. Does that take into account the materials Fire is using for
We have
his own
not.
enchanting?
We have not subtracted the enchanting materials yet, so if you want to go in and edit out your enchanting materials, go ahead.
So it also is not taking in account what
No.
So is using.
No, I don't. I didn't remember what you guys used, so I was going to bring that up when we had a moment. So just someone go in and remove whatever. I think it was level 5 and
I'll do it.
No.
whatever then.
We've only used a level 3. And we overused it.
A level 3 for you and a level 3 for me.
Okay, I wasn't aware you were working on anything.
Yep. I change it.
Okay, all those were on Zoe, so
I asked for you. When I was about to do the thing, and on game I said, "Can I borrow one for me?" So they said yes.
okay. I might have been having an off day.
All right. So you guys take a couple of minutes after the battle has ended, while you're taking a breather, to just pick through Trevarian's body, sort out some of the stuff that you found. There are people in the streets now, and they are staring.
I just asked him to back up, and the city guard will be here in a moment.
Oh, nobody's getting close. There is quite a number of people, a lot who may have been attracted by the
Tower
appearance
collapse?
and then disappearance of a tower.
I know you established that it was falling towards the fire zone. Did it completely collapse or partially collapse, or the top half fell over, the bottom half still upright, or?
From where you are, you can't see... Like, you can't see any of the tower over the buildings, so you're pretty sure that it collapsed at least most of the way.
Fire has a look of, oh my god.
Fire, do you want to go back and see if those horses are okay?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. The horses.
I think Pert will go with Fire just to make sure he doesn't get in trouble.
Okay. So the two of you rush off back towards the tower. As the two of you are leaving, a handful of guards come rushing up, shouting, What in the sun's name happened?
Back to the shiny boy.
They see you. They see all of you on the ground beside this dead body, lots of blood everywhere, and they are gripping their spears very tightly. One of them looks a little bit nauseous.
Question. Did I get running off to the tower, or are they blocking me?
No, you're going the opposite way from them.
Okay. I'm not stopping.
Okay. But one of the guards just looks at you all and says, "Explain yourselves."
Wizard working with cultists tried to negotiate. Didn't work. got shot from something several hundred feet that way. It's a weapon not unlike a cannon, but miniaturized. We've seen it before.
I think Zoe just looks at Camille being like, that's not gonna work.
I'm not lying to them. They can believe me or not.
So I think first thing Zoe's trying to do is, does he have a cape or anything on him?
Trevarian?
Yes.
No.
I covered him.
Oh, you did cover him?
I covered him up, yes.
Zoe just looks over to the guards being like, my father will be here soon. He is... I think she just points to her horns so they know exactly who she is. He will be here soon. This man attacked a member of a noble family. We tracked him back to his apparently magical hideout. He was running away. We convinced him to surrender. And he was shot for that. So clearly somebody didn't want him acting that way.
Make a persuasion check. Okay.
Wow.
The guards relax a little bit. They're not gripping their spears quite so tightly. The one who he kind of seems like he's in charge mutters some orders to some of the other guards, and they go off in different directions. And he comes up closer towards you and says, please
We will not leave till my father has arrived.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. He says that I would very much appreciate a detailed explanation, miss. And you see the other guards going off to the other groups of people and trying to calm them down and also trying to ask them questions.
I think Zoe gives him the most, like, a pert level of detail. Because she's a little frustrated that he wants more information. Because literally, he's not going to get it.
Okay, what do you tell him?
If it's pert level, then I'd say everything from entering the tower on.
Oh, no. Starting from the dinner party. And the attacking. And the people showing up.
But you're claiming the dinner party was an innocent affair, right?
The dinner party was the catalyzing moment for us investigating, and that's why Zoe's including it.
Right. And following the cart, how we followed the cart, the fact that there was a tower, how we found the tower, entering the tower, the things on the levels, the fact that we found a beast with one eye.
I think by the time you get to this point, other guards have shown up. You see one that looks like a little bit higher ranking, and the one you're talking to, asks you to stop and say, "Can you begin again from when you first entered the tower?"
I don't know how, but she adds more detail to this one.
Killing him with minutia.
There's probably a vein throbbing on Zoe's head.
She gets into exacting detail describing the windows and the illusions.
There was a 16.34 mile per hour wind from the northeast east.
I think she'd have to look to Pert for that one.
Yeah. Speaking of Pert and fire.
Please, no dead horses. I mean, if there's dead horses, there's dead horses, but that's what's in Pert's head right now. I'm guessing in Fire's as well.
Yes, he's going full. Oh shit, the horses!
I don't know that there's any way those horses made it.
I mean, it depends if the tower broke in half and collapsed or not,
That's why I was asking for what type of collapse it was, but we couldn't see, so.
or if it
If it-
imploded.
If it made wait, were they tied?
No,
If
but
they
the door was closed. Did you close the door behind you?
Mm-mm. I don't think we mentioned that.
But they might have kicked it down, I guess. Shrug emoji. Yeah, no, I don't got nothing.
Okay.
But enough, no, the tower made such a ruckus before going down that if the horses were able to, they would have escaped. I think. I don't know.
Let's see. You find. So you get there, and there's a lot of rubble. It broke off probably like around the second or third floor. With the majority of the tower kind of having fallen to the northwest, right smack on top of a building.
Yes.
There's lots of like large dark stones covering the ground, little bits of wood and paper and other stuff poking through. Some of the stones seem to be like half invisible still, and as you move around, you discover some more stones that are completely invisible. You find them with your shins and your
Okay.
toes.
I thought with my nose.
Oh, maybe that too. Make me a perception check, either one of you.
Wanna do it with the red? No, let me do it. What advantage?
20. Taking some time to search the area, you find one horse.
Dead?
No, it's one horse is alive. The other you do not see, and you're not sure if it ran off somewhere deeper into the city or if it died.
Well, I tried to calm the horse. He understand me, so I said to stick with me. I will give you food as soon as I can.
I would like to suggest that only because we never get to do this, this should be an animal handling role. Maybe with advantage since they can understand him.
Sure.
This is a rare roll.
As much as this horse is freaking out, Ty, he had 2. I had just decreased it by 1, so I didn't forget. As much as this horse is freaking out, your words and your touch seems to calm it. And it does not run off into the city again. It just kind of stays by your side and smells something good in your pockets and is trying to eat whatever it is.
I give it to him if I think is healthy for a horse.
What does Fire have in his pockets?
Probably mushrooms.
Good
Whatever,
choice. Good
whatever
choice.
muffin or cookies I grab after the dinner of the noble house.
So high grade. Fancy name for for donut.
Yeah.
It's an eclair. It's slightly squished.
Yeah, it's a mess. He needs to lick it from my hand. How much of? I know it's a tower destroyed. How? I asked Per, like, we should check how much of a wreck we cause and if someone needs help.
I mean, we might as well at least check. You are right.
Jamie, without taking the time to explore around, like how much do I feel like it's one house affected, 1 block, 10 blocks of livable houses?
Right. So there is one house that is 100% completely demolished. The rest of it seems to have crumpled in a couple of places. There's a couple of like neighboring houses to this main one that seem to have like a few boulders have gone through their roofs. And the street like on the other side of this house is just covered in rubble. Some of the other surrounding houses sustained some damage. It's kind of a miracle that it wasn't worse. The other thing is, a lot of these buildings have signs of recent fire damage.
So they were most likely evacuated?
Yeah, you don't see any, just like at a cursory glance, you don't see any people trapped in rubble. You don't hear anybody.
That was going to be my question. No, any screams of or anything like that. So that's at least reassuring.
Do we see people around? Like neighbors who are seeing what the hell happened?
There are a few people sort of who are like adventurous enough to get close and see what the fuck just happened. There's all this rubble in the street now.
I just grab one buddy's shoulder.
Whoa.
Do you live here? Like around here?
A couple blocks that way.
Do you know if in that house, and that house, there was someone currently living?
I don't think so. Everybody here got evacuated. I don't know. I don't think people came back yet. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I give it a look.
It's not my neighborhood, man.
Pert
I know.
actually is the calm one in the situation and puts his hand on Fire's shoulder. I think the fire would have caused too much confusion. We're never going to know for sure. But the fact that we don't hear anyone screaming right now suggests that, at the very least, if anyone was in the area, they're probably not suffering anymore.
That's not good enough. Fuck it. Fire wouldn't be calm, but just leave it at that. I'm gonna use the 5th level spell that I got by leveling up.
Okay.
To cast Conjure Animals at 5th level.
Okay.
I was 16 level at the smaller level.
1/4, 1/8?
A quarter, yeah.
Okay. What do I have? Conjure animals?
Mm-hmm.
Is the point of this to get something small or just to get a lot of things? Because I don't have anything small in this list.
To get a lot of small things, what I see, whichever of them, like the badger or the snake, are pretty cool. I want them to map out the area, and if they see or smell anyone buried, to let me know.
Sure. Sorry, I just need a second.
I can work on whatever rolls the dices.
I mean, it's like boar, cow, constrictor snake. I guess snakes would be useful.
Snakes will be very useful, and badgers do cave things.
Yeah, okay.
Badgers can kind of do the rat thing, I think.
Okay, give me a 1d6 and tell me what you got.
6.
You would, wouldn't you?
Oh no.
That doesn't sound good.
Sounds great.
Can you go lower than 1/4, Costa?
Huh?
Like, can you go lower than 1/4 challenge rating?
I think not. Let me check. Oh yeah, I can get lower.
If you want 1/8, I can give you I think because I have giant badger in here. I think a regular badger would be 1/8.
Or
Yeah,
weasel?
1/8.
Or
I-
rats.
Yeah, I think it's much better. Good idea, Kenneth. I don't need the.
I was gonna give you 16 panthers, but
Sorry,
That would
Malice
cause-
and Emma aren't here.
That would cause so much chaos.
okay. So badger,
Sure.
Badger,
You
weasel, ferret,
you
rat,
have
whatever.
a badger in here somewhere.
Don't worry about it. I don't plan to have the character sheet. I just for flavor, and
Okay.
they're checking everything.
There's dozens. What, 24 or something like that? Badgers kicking around now?
16.
16 badgers. Sorry?
Badger, 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 badger.
I mean, it is fire, so.
And for some reason, yeah, Fires it demands to say mushroom, mushroom.
So, given the sheer number of badgers you have, you don't even have to roll. You do not find any humans that are trapped underneath this tower. One of them does find the remains of the other horse.
Sad, but good to know.
They also find a couple of sharks and a bunch of fish.
Right.
Oh, right. I guess the sharks are dead.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That's going to be hard to explain.
Is it? After the invisible tower fell?
Actually, I think by the time the badgers come back with fish, you don't even need the badgers to tell you that there's fish. It smells like fish.
Yep.
I'm just waiting until the guard captain hears about the sharks.
Thank you, guys. you guys are talking with him, and a soldier comes by. Sir, we have a situation.
We found a shark.
And there is a wave of wild animals running around.
We seem to have a badger infestation. You also find the javelin of lightning caught underneath a stone.
Oh, cool.
But I'm pretty sure that does not come back to the person who throws it.
Sure doesn't.
It is not Mjolnir.
So you recover the javelin of lightning. It probably takes you both you and Pert to get it out from underneath the rock.
Well, I'm glad no one else got hurt in this.
It was very fortunate.
Mm. You just hear from the corner.
I said to Bert, because I'm only with Bert. Say what you want about that asshole, but he did help. I know.
Pert takes a mushroom from Fire without asking.
Wow.
Okay then. Let's go back with the others.
All right, you go back to where you last saw the others, where they are all still. Zoe is still giving her explanation to a couple of guards.
I have
She had
some
to
questions.
restart again.
Just the once. Yes, Nibbles?
How much detail about the escape does Zoe go into?
We use magic to fly down. I mean, Zoe doesn't have all the details, so
That's fair.
Did Zoe saw the dragon?
No, which is why she doesn't have all the details. She left with people with a potion of flying.
I'm not worried about whether or not Zoe saw the dragon. But Usman is unconscious, so I can't try to overhear things. Also, what's Phelan doing?
Sorry, you said Brisbane's unconscious?
Like unconscious, asleep. What? She's not.
She's not with it.
She gone.
Yeah, that's fair. Phelan is not in the immediate vicinity. So Zoe, you just say that you flew down from the tower. And I assume you give all of the details of Trevarian's untimely demise.
Yep, including
Okay.
the noise, the ear-piercing noise that made you feel like you had to double over.
Okay. The guard just says, please don't go anywhere while we, I talk to some of my other officers. And he goes and talks to more of the guards, and they share stories. And then he comes back and says, just a couple more questions. There's reports that the tower smelled like fish?
I just kind of heel toe a salmon at him. Yep.
Am I there already?
Yeah.
I say like, oh yeah, there's like 4 sharks that were killed in the process. I'm sorry.
He had an aquarium / danger trap. He was an insane wizard.
I see. Well, that's rather unfortunate. There. Also, we had a.
Wait. Unfortunate about the fish.
Well, it's going to smell like rotting fish for a while.
I mean, sure.
Would it be smelling like rotting fish already? Doesn't that take...
It would smell like fish right now.
Yes, it's like fish.
Yeah. He's more meaning that it's going to stink here for days to come.
Oh, yeah. Well.
But at the same time, I would not be surprised if people are coming to try and find those fish already to take.
Yeah, I was going to say, people are probably going to butcher those sharks for steaks.
Yeah. Oh, if they can get them out from underneath all the rocks.
I would like to just take a second to just refresh in everybody's mind what Fire's clothing looks like.
Yeah.
Just, just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Speaking of, how is Phelan doing?
He's missing right now.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh.
The guards definitely, like, one of them kind of does a double take at Fire and is looking at the armor kind of like, is that real? The other, sort of the main guy who's talking to Zoe says, okay. We also, a couple of people around here were saying something about he looks over at Fire. Red dragon falling from the tower?
Is the sound you get from him like just sort of a dismissive laugh snort?
Sorry, what?
At this point, you hear Phelan chime in from behind you, and he says, oh, yes, the wizard conjured a dragon while we were fighting him. Nasty thing, very scary. Seemed to be some sort of a illusion, though. Nothing to worry about.
Technically not a lie. Holy shit.
Technically not a lie.
It was horrible.
Yeah, it was very terrifying.
The guard kind of looks at him and sees the the shiny silver armor that marks him as Platinum Army and gives him a bit of a side eye, but also, Nod seems to accept what he said.
I think Zoe's now trying to remove blood from her clothing via magical means.
The guard says, well, we shall take care of the body. I think you all have done quite an amazing thing for our city. And it looks like you could use some rest. And I'm sure your father will be anxious to know that you are safe.
My father's on the way. I am not leaving this body till he comes.
Your father has been advised to stay away from the area in case of other catastrophes.
Insight check. Is
Sure.
it worthy trustful sort of thing?
He does seem to be very nice. He does seem to be telling the truth. Like, he just looks tired, but a lot of the other guards are still, like, looking around like, okay, what's gonna explode now?
I actually kind of muttered everyone that does make sense, given the points at the hole in Trevarian's chest.
Okay,
So,
cool.
I understand that insight means this person's telling the truth, and you guys can all tell Zoe that. Zoe still pulls out her book and asks her sister.
No problem. Can I do a goof, Jamie?
Sure.
While we're talking slowly, I want to say I still have a little time with the badgers.
Mm-hmm.
Each one of them is gonna be sitting side by side to each one of the guards of their personal pet.
Okay. Some of the guards are like, what the fuck? One of them tries to run away from his badger.
If they have the precise instruction. If any of the guards say something to them, they do the salute, the martial salute with the hand in the front head, and then do whatever they say.
A couple of the guards figure this out, and one is just like she's like squealing in delight. She just is in love with this badger.
Is she hugging the badger?
She picks up and hugs the badger.
I think
Oh.
Kurt empathizes with you, Zoe, and is not standing his ground per se, but backing up Zoe at least.
It takes probably like a minute for you to get a response, Zoe. You hear back from Gwen that there are guards at the house who are very insistent that nobody leave. And Father is wearing a hole in the floor.
Zoe responds back that she will be as home as soon as she can. I hope she doesn't have to do a deception check through text.
No, probably not. Gwen responds, I'm glad you're okay. Or she wouldn't say okay. I'm glad you're unharmed.
So, how long has it actually been?
Since when? It is like mid-afternoon now by the time all of the questioning and the searching through the rubble has concluded.
Basically, how long has Zoe managed to get a short rest while sitting there?
No, not while you've been questioned by guards.
Talking is technically a part of a short rest.
Yeah, but you're not just like sitting there chatting.
You're actively focusing on recalling information and relaying it.
and doing it in the most pedantic way possible.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Those pedantic lessons really came in handy.
Mhm.
You're welcome.
Oh no, she learned those from her father.
Well, I think some of it you probably picked up from Pert.
The advanced classes came from Pert.
Oh, I think it's pronounced pedantometer.
Fuck off, Noob.
Doesn't that just had to measure how pedantic you are, actually?
Beep beep.
Oh,
Well, turns out you're pretty fucking pedantic.
Okay, so we need to go check on the bishop, the archbishop. No, we figured out there's an archbishop. I think
is this Zoe's uncle still?
yes.
Yeah.
But I can't remember his name. It's easy for me to remember archbishop. I think somebody needs to go home with Rizwin. She looks over at Phelan. Can you please make sure she gets back to my place safely?
Of course.
Can I ask you, because player doesn't remember, why your uncle?
Zoe's uncle is the head of the second, since the paladin's not here, the head of the church of Lathander.
We were worried of.
That he was being controlled to get the city against Church of Bashaba to give the children of Kiral a foothold, to sort of get pressure off them. Basically, the children used Treverian to mind control the priest.
Okay.
Admittedly, there's a lot of assumption in there, but
Second question then. Is it that, like, urgent? We are all in, like, completely tap out.
it's in Zoe's mind. It's urgent because the longer that suggestion sticks, the more issues can happen.
Yeah. I mean, Zoe might have a better idea of if the suggestion would have disappeared at Treverian's death or not.
Fair enough.
Did you do an identify on all of the stuff that you got from
We did,
Treverian?
yes.
Okay. So the way that the necklace works, it is, you do have to attune to it. But once you have attuned to it, you can basically like send a suggestion through it. And the way suggestion works is that once they follow that suggestion, that spell has completed. You can also cancel, like, if you were to attune to it, you could theoretically, like, cancel that spell, cancel that order.
Okay. So, I don't know how many of us want to do this, but I think Zoe's going to ask for a carriage and do a short rest plus attune to this thing, and then go see her uncle.
If Rizwin's going back to the house, I'll go with you as a guard.
Zoe also looks at Phelan and be like, stay with her till I return, please.
Are you sure you're gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine. This is what I was raised to do.
Okay, then I'll stay with Rizwin. just in case she needs anything medical.
Amma, which group do you want to go with? You pick one, I'll go with the other.
What was the two groups again?
So
Going back to the house, or
we have Fire, Phelan, and Rizwan going back to the house because Rizwan is badly messed up. And we have Zoe and Camille going to see her uncle to make sure that her uncle is okay.
I'm gonna walk to the back of the house.
All right.
Okay. So one of the guards gets a carriage for you. They also offer a carriage for the party going back to the house.
I think we need it, yes.
Okay.
You have a spare
Yeah,
horse
sorry.
at least?
I was going to correct that to 2 carts, and people were talking, sorry. But that already happened.
Okay. So I suppose the cart with Pert, Camille, and Zoe just drives around for an hour while you rest.
Yeah, something like that. Just Zoe wanted to do a rest where she couldn't be seen. Or at
Okay.
least less likely to be seen.
Yeah. So the 3 of you get a short rest. You may roll hit dice or regain any other short rest stuff.
Spell slots. I have spell slots.
I'm gonna have my headphones off for just 2 seconds.
Okay. Look at all those hit dice.
You get half your hit dice back in a long rest, right?
Yes.
Up to half,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm back.
So
Ooh.
Zoe, you attune to the suggestion necklace. Just give me a minute to think here.
Got a shaky tremor there.
Ooh,
Oh,
just the little one?
Yeah, it seems to.
Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
So Zoe, there is a... I don't know that you can necessarily tell exactly what the suggestion given was. If you feel really strongly about it one way or the other, I'd be willing to hear arguments. I forgot to think about this.
I probably don't think she can pull it up. She just knows that. I'm guessing it's like she knows that there's a suggestion in place.
Yeah. It's like
But-
you can tell that there's a spell kind of stored in here or a spell active, but you can't necessarily know exactly what the suggestion was when it was cast.
And can she cancel it from this far away, or does she need to be more in person?
Nope, you can just say that you can just cancel that spell that's in the necklace.
Okay, well, she'll cancel it, but she still needs to go check on him.
Okay. So whatever that suggestion was, it no longer has any hold on whoever the recipient was.
And you said this was like 1/2 of it, right?
Yeah. So whoever has the other half would be the one who is receiving the suggestions.
Okay. That's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
Does
Yes.
Phelan suddenly pull out his sword and start going berserk?
You don't know, you're not there. So while Zoe's group is riding around, having a nice little rest, Fire, Amma, and Phelan help load a mostly unconscious Rizwin into the carriage and start on the way back to Zoe's home. Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I look at Felon. Hey,
Yes?
when you answered the question of the guard, is that really what happened? The dragon didn't came out. The one we fought.
It did not. No. But it is a thing that happened, and I thought it might be best for all involved for rumors not to spread.
I didn't see what happened, but I hear it. You're cool, man.
Anyways, how are you all feeling? You seem to have taken quite a beating.
I'm tired as fuck.
Yes, indeed.
How does it look?
Phelan?
I assume stressed and tired, but conflicted?
Make an insight check.
Damn it.
20 is still pretty good. He does seem very tired. He's not quite as injured as the rest of you. He seems like he's trying to, stay a little upbeat. You notice his hands are shaking.
I gave him and Griswin my last 2 good rooms.
No, thank you. I think the rest of you could probably use them more than I could.
Do you
All I
like?
need is a good night's rest, or 3.
Do you like feed it to her? Because I don't think she's even with it enough to eat a mushroom.
Oh yeah.
Just imagine
Okay.
Fire moving her jaws up and down to make her chew.
Oh no, I chew it and then feed it.
Oh, God.
Bird
Baby-
style.
Baby bird style. That's awesome.
All right, goodbye. Good night. See ya.
I'm so glad we're not there.
Rizwin is so glad she's not there.
Way of the nature. Way of the wild.
You arrive back at the Von Edel estate. There are indeed a number of guards standing watch outside. A couple of them recognize you. you are rather a recognizable bunch, and help you inside. Where inside the foyer, Nicholas Von Edel is indeed pacing back and forth, wearing a hole in the carpet, and he lights up when he sees you, and then the door closes behind the 5 of you, and he says, "Where is my daughter?"
She's fine. She needed to take care of something before coming here. It's not dangerous. Don't worry about it. And Shiny Boy, it's stick with her to be bodyguard just in case. But it's just a tying up thing.
Just
came
breathes
here-
very heavily through his nose.
I know. I'm sorry. But we need to came here because the point is Rizwin. She needs a bed.
Indeed. One of the maids will show you to a medic that I have waiting.
Thank you. While walking there, if you want, we could talk while we're doing stuff, or you can wait there. Bye.
He continues to wait in the foyer. So the 4 of you and Melis are led into a room where a non-magical medic is there to do his best to help you. And you can also take a short rest.
I the needs and granny of I have taken care of Rizwin before. Do I feel like Ahmed doctor will notice she's different?
In her human form, no.
Okay, then I leave it to him and just flops in a chair.
Okay.
Did you say something, Mist?
I believe was a short rest.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, you can also roll your hit dice.
I just went ahead and took a long rest already because nothing is going to happen from Rizwin until that time. Anyway,
yeah.
Understandable. A lot of trauma.
I think at this point, like, the magical healing, like, her human form is physically okay. She's just in shock at this point, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just gonna have to sleep it off, basically.
Arm's going to be sore for a day or two.
Or longer.
Yeah, sure. A day or 2.
Or 4 or 5.
Yeah,
Whatever.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. I would like a quick bathroom break before we resume with going to see Zoe's uncle.
Sure.
No.
I'm back, but I put some tea on.
So, 10 minutes later.
Moses is very good at resting.
Typical cat.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I say, Mom.
Jimmy, I remembered a thing that I meant to ask you about the other night and didn't. Can I ask you about it in secrets real quick? 2 seconds?
Sure.
Welcome back. Did you find an answer?
Yee.
You sound happy about that.
The answer was 11.
How far does the amp go?
But what if you just made 10 louder and made 10 the highest?
What is how high the amp goes? If the amp goes to 11.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday I playing a Series 4 game. I have an artificer, and for flavoring Thunderwave, he has a toy that it's a kitty that says meow, and I cranked that volume to 11 to do
Yeah.
Thunderwave.
It was very cute.
So that was like a meow.
Yeah.
I think my kettle's done. I'll be back in a sec.
I made a really, really cheap and lazy banana split, aka ice cream with bananas in it, but it's caramel ice cream.
I heard that only as cream with bananas in it.
I mean, wherever works.
Okay, I'm back. I have more tea. Is everybody else back?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's Cthulhu. I believe so, yes, but I could be wrong.
Do we have a tie?
Didn't leave.
Then I think it's all.
Okay. Then once you have sufficiently rested, attuned to the necklace, and canceled that spell, you then inform your carriage driver that you would like to go to the Sunrise Palace. The Sunrise Palace lies to the north of the city, close to the ocean. Let me just back here. It's close to the ocean, but past the harbor, so it doesn't smell as much. It's reminiscent of the churches in Marielda, but instead of like sharp, severe points, the architecture is much more rounded, with 3 golden domes capping off the building. But it's the same, like, very, very white exterior. Beyond the palace, as you ride up and can see it in the distance, there are luxurious gardens, brightly colored flowers and bushes, and the glittering sea. It really does look like a palace more than a church.
Well, that's fancy.
You've been here a number of times. It is.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a church. It is the church. Supposedly.
Yes. I think Zoe's a little nervous, but still heads in. Is it like one of these places you can just enter, or is there a door you need to knock on?
Well, you, the 3 of you go up to the doors, and they open on their own as you approach.
Okay, is this magic, or are there people inside opening doors?
Zoe would know that there's people inside opening doors. They
That's
just like
what I
it to
figured.
look.
I just had to make sure.
Yeah, they like the sort of the mysterious kind of vibe.
Do they make the sound of a piece of paper being put into an envelope?
Are they pocket doors?
Let me actually check the music here. As you walk inside, for the 2 of you that haven't been here, the inside bears a kind of a disturbing similarity to the Church of Fortune. It's got the marble floors, the gold trimmed molding, these like really rich, dark colored wooden pews. The white and gold theme is very prevalent. The back wall behind the like a short little altar at the end of the hall is one huge window, neatly sort of divided into smaller sections for structural purposes, but you can see a little bit of the gardens and the sea, and at this point the sun is on the other side of the building, but it's still extremely bright. It kind of feels like the sun is still shining directly through the window.
No weird tingly things as we enter the church.
No. Despite like some of the similar motifs, it does feel a little more welcoming than the Church of Fortune did, especially like with all of the natural light.
Even though it still looks like an Italian cathedral on steroids in terms of its displays of wealth.
Yes, that's a good way to put it.
Because it is an Italian cathedral in Venice on steroids. Okay. So...
There are a couple of acolytes, one of whom comes up to you and says, "May I help you?"
Hi, yes, hello. We need to see, and I know you're going to have an issue with this, the Archbishop, please.
You see her just take a little glance at your horns, and she says, I'll see what I can do.
She seemed hesitant at all?
A little bit.
I just, from the back, tell him the Exarch of Gargamut is here to see him as well.
Of course, sir.
Dang.
If Pert were a more personable person, he'd scream out something like, and be a bibliographer. Because you gotta record the meeting of the Exarch of one religion and the Archbishop of another, don't you? That's like freaking history making shit, isn't it?
I mean, we already had that.
And we'll have it
Involved
again.
with chairs breaking.
You wait around for 5-10 minutes. A few acolytes. There's nobody here who isn't part of the church. Which, it is like the middle of the afternoon. It's not exactly prime time for a church that's all about like the rising sun. You just sort of wait patiently in the middle of the cathedral.
I think if we get like to the 50-minute mark, it kind of starts to get a little okay.
Be like
Sorry.
10 minutes or so.
I forgot to do a thing when we were in the cart, and now I've finally remembered that I forgot to do the thing.
Okay.
Pert turns to Zoe and asks her about sending a message to Estrella about the books, and I'm guessing from what me and Ty already talked about, the answer is, sorry, she's not in my book.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to establish that conversation's been had, and Pert is sitting there kind of sketching the eye for like the 5th time in a page in his journal.
Okay.
So, what is the standard ritual for offering prayers at this cathedral? Is it just like a shrine somewhere you put a coin down and make a prayer?
Yeah, I think so. If you have any like really strong ideas about it, then you can totally take the reins on that.
Okay. I think there's going to be a spot that always has sunlight. I mean, as long as the sun is up, there's some way for light to get to that spot.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes down, kneels down, puts a coin in the offering, and just gives her prayers as she's done many times through her life, even though she's not an active member of the church. Just this day has been awful enough that she can use whatever help she can get.
Mm-hmm. You hear a door open in the very like silent atmosphere of this cathedral. It's very like draws everybody's attention. And you see a large man in golden robes with a heavy mantle, flanked by the acolyte that you had talked to earlier. Walks into this chamber, looks over the three of you, and says, "I hear you wish to see me."
I'll just gesture for your way to go ahead and speak.
So we will go up, give proper greetings by giving a courtesy. How would we refer to this person?
Archbishop.
Archbishop name or just Archbishop?
Just Archbishop.
Archbishop, I'm sorry to be a bother, but we have learned of some interesting issues in the city, and it sounded like there's a possibility that magic might have been forced onto you or somebody in the church to make your thoughts not your own. Have you or anyone else felt a clarity in the last 20 or so minutes?
He frowns and says, "What utter nonsense. I have certainly seen no signs of magical interference on myself or any of my clergymen."
Have you or anyone else been gifted any items in the last 2 days?
I don't see why that's any of your business.
Archbishop.
I'm gifted many items all of the time.
Does he look like he's just kind of stonewalling her? Because
I suggest you give me the answer I request.
Make an intimidation check.
I was trying to use the necklace.
Oh, that's interesting. He kind of narrows his eyes and says, "As you wish, Miss Von Edel. I was indeed gifted a piece of jewelry. Sorry, I'm been yesterday, 2 days ago?
I think it would have been 2 days ago. Yes, because we had one night's sleep. So it would have been yesterday.
Yesterday, okay. Yesterday.
No,
I
sorry. It would have been 2 days because we slept in after the dinner. Never
we
mind.
did.
I suggest you give it to me.
He pauses for a moment and then says, "Well, I suppose I cannot very well say no to a supposed princess of Blackcaster now, could I? If you want it, it's yours." And he takes off a golden necklace that he was wearing and drops it in your hand.
So he pockets this, and he's clearly succeeded with following the suggestion at this point.
Make an insight check for me. Okay.
Yeah, that's my rules.
Can I say something? I said I don't want to interrupt the flow of stuff.
Sure.
Archbishop, don't you find it odd that you so suddenly thought it was a great idea to give something to your niece when she just asked for it?
Good sir. And you see him sort of like go to say something else and kind of bite down on it. Like he was about to be a little extra snide.
Did he call me sir?
Oh yeah.
Exarch.
Ah, I see. It is completely within her rights to ask for or suggest for gifts from the nobles of the city. You seem to be rather unaware of how things work here. You can also make me an insight check.
Is he just being a pompous ass?
He just seems to be kind of thick.
Thick.
I just kind of mutter slightly in Celestial to Zoe. He's still under compulsion. Ooh.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Sound card problem.
oh no.
Or internet problem?
They went completely offline. Hey, come back online. Hello?
Wow.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Everything okay?
You're very, very muddy.
Okay.
I'm wrapped out.
Oh, okay.
Do you need a couple minutes?
No, I just need a repeat of what I missed because the last I heard it was completely in her right.
To ask or suggest that you get a gift, and I pointed, and I muttered to you and Celestial, is he still under compulsion?
Two questions, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Question is, have I ever gotten a gift from the side of the family?
Yeah. It's probably been a while, but it is like, especially as the Primor's daughter, you would very often get gifts from the other noble families. Not that they necessarily they were more generally about showing money and connection than
Personal.
yeah.
I think Zoe just responded Celestial. I believe he believes the whatever suggestion was put on him was his.
He turns his attention back to Zoe and says, I have heard some reports that a very powerful wizard that was roaming our city has been dispatched.
He was the one that made that piece of jewelry Lucas gave me. And he is no longer with us because an outside force would rather him be dead than talk to us.
Well, what a shame. It's also a shame that you couldn't have gone after the other one instead.
There are plans, but he
Ty,
was not
you're very muffled.
a moment. How's this?
Ooh, that's better.
Significantly better.
I would really like to figure out why Windows considers dropping my mic volume to 38% a valid idea. Okay, so, where was I? There are plans for that to happen, but this is not the time.
He looks away from you out the window towards the sea and says, "We have been tolerant of the other church for far too long. And I'm sure that he will use this as a way to gain even more power and notoriety in the city."
I'm just gonna let Zoe take the reins on this, so I didn't want to bring stuff up she doesn't.
Then part of what you need to do is don't let him take claim for this. While he showed up at the last moment after everything was done, he did nothing useful in it.
He looks at you, and you see his eyes slide towards your horns, and he says, "He didn't have to." And he turns away from you. But you can still feel him looking at your horns. They're all looking at your horns. And your hat's not there to hide them. And you try to pull it down anyways. Your chest starts to get heavy. And all but the smallest of breaths are escaping you. You can hear your heart pounding in your ears. It's all you can hear. And you know that something's wrong. Is it a spell? It's so hard to think. Camille and Pert, you see Zoe start to get this far off look in her eyes and start to breathe heavier, and it's getting a little labored.
I think as a soldier, Camille would probably recognize PTSD or panic attack. Is that what's happening?
Probably.
He just reaches out gently and puts a hand on her shoulder.
Zoe hits the floor and casts darkness on herself.
When you say hit the floor, do you mean kicks the ground or?
No, hunches up in the smallest ball she can make and tries to disappear in her own darkness.
I'll still reach out. I know where she is. I'm standing right beside her.
How big is the ball of darkness?
Square 20 foot by 20 foot.
Then you hear all of you are plunged into darkness, and you hear the Archbishop curse and just try to move away from you and call for the acolytes.
I think Pert had missed the signs up until that, but now that he's finally caught on that something's going on, he'd reach into his bag and kind of blindly fumble for first a torch, which doesn't help any, and then a pouch with some mint leaves in it, and he'll try to offer some of the mint leaves to her. Not that he knows the hell's going on, just that he knows that she's freaking out, and soothing mint seems to help him, so...
I'll just, if I feel Pert moving against me, I'll just kind of gently push him to the side and just, Zoe, just listen to the sound of my voice. Don't listen to them. Just take a slow, deep breath. I want you to take it in, hold it, listen to the sensation of your breathing, and let it out. I want you to do that as many times as you need to. I'm here. I'm right beside you. I'm not going anywhere. Take as much time as you need.
How does Zoe react to that?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
With his offer of mint rejected by a third party, Pert starts chewing on some of the mint and is still holding the torch up in the middle of the darkness.
Guys, remember that Zoe threw up darkness. You can't see the mint. You can't see. Like, you could offer put it right in front of Zoe's eyes. She can't see it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was mentioning that he was holding the torch pointlessly.
Yeah. I think Zoe's trying to crawl away slowly.
My hand's on your shoulder. He's just squeezing you. It's like, I'm here. You're a good person.
Correction to what she did. Darkness disappears and Zoe's 500 feet away.
Okay. 500 feet where?
Is there rafters or anything up there? Like a catwalk or something?
I didn't have one in my head. Also, that would be far less than 500 feet.
Yes, I was just rethinking the process. I mean, it's up to 500 feet.
Sure.
I just think the act of touching her right now is...
Not helping?
She's not in the mind state to... It's like this random touch in the darkness is setting her off more than helping.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Camille could probably... Like, you could probably feel... Or, I guess you can make an insight check to see if Camille can kind of feel...
There's also this around her.
Yeah. Well, this is not a frightened status.
Fair enough. I was just wondering if you wanted to take that into consideration as just a calming presence. You know, he does have this aura around him of calm and protection.
Insight check?
But for me?
Yes. I think you can, when you touch Zoe's shoulder, you can feel her kind of tense up and try to draw away from you.
Then he would let go. Then he would then just sit on the floor. Unless she disappears.
Kind of want to disappear now just so they have a picture of the Tetrarch sitting on the floor.
Exarch?
Exarch, yeah.
Exarch, yeah.
Trust me, he does not give a shit about these people.
Okay, I think I have it.
Mm-hmm.
This is a place Zoe's been coming to for years. There's probably a small room in the back. She knows exactly where it is. That she has gone and hid before when she was a child and somebody was teasing her. And she teleports off to that room to be by herself.
Does the darkness stay?
Depends if she stops concentrating on it. It stays up to 10 minutes.
I think she lets it drop because this is a place that she knows is dark.
So Camille and Pert, you hear a little pop, and you recognize the sound of Dimension Door, and the darkness drops, and Zoe's not there.
I sigh and stand up.
The Archbishop, his eyes are wide. He's kind of like backed up against the window, and you see him like now that the darkness is gone, he's like starts fuming.
I just walk right up to him.
Out! Get out!
That you do not have the authority to tell me what to do.
I will not have such magic in my church.
I start glowing with light. That young woman has faced down demons and undead and protected people. She does not deserve your ire. You are blinded by prejudice. You are a pathetic, childish old man. Stop abusing her, or you will answer to me. And my God, do nothing to her in the future, or I will find out about it, and I will bring down heaven's fury on you.
Make an intimidation check with advantage.
Yeah, dang.
He is just completely speechless.
I am the exarch of the Watcher, and she is under my protection and his. Do I make myself clear?
Crystal.
We will wait for her to come back to us, and then we will leave this distasteful place. Good day, Archbishop. Go.
He looks past you to the half dozen or so acolytes that are also in the room, watching this whole thing play out. Just kind of huffs and turns on his heel and walks away.
It's amazing what light and intimidating presence can do.
Mm-hmm.
I think Pert puts another piece of mint into his mouth and starts chewing on it. Realizes he's still holding his torch up. Kind of goes, oh, right. And snuffs it out and packs it away. And then wanders over to Camille's side. Do we search for her, or do we wait here for her to calm down?
We let her calm down.
Mint?
No, I'm good.
And I think Pert will just find his seat again and start drawing.
He's still glowing. He's still glowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Pert will find his seat and start drawing the altarpiece that she prayed at earlier.
How
Is
long do they?
this the painful glow?
No, this is not the painful glow. That I need a long rest to recharge. This is the light spell.
Okay.
Zoe, how long did they wait?
Also, he probably was not quiet.
Yeah. Sorry, Ty?
I think it's probably like half hour, and then the person who was the driver of the driver of the carriage brings a note to Camille with a letter from Zoe saying, "I am sorry, I am in the cab."
I just gestured for her. She's outside.
Bert nods.
On a side note, Zoe teleported outside and just walked to the cab.
Reasonable. I'm assuming A, there's still at least a couple people watching us. B, there's nothing valuable here that Pert would go, yeah, fuck these guys and steal.
Nothing that you could easily walk away with. Like, there's things you'd have to pry them off the wall.
Okay.
I just kind of look at the altar.
Walk out with a bench.
I just kind of look at the altar and, like, I'm addressing Lathander. You really need to pick better spokespeople. In Celestial.
You get no response.
I'm not expecting one.
All right, you return to the carriage.
And I just look at Zoe. Your uncle won't be bothering you again.
Zoe is, without realizing it, keeps trying to pull down a hat that no longer exists and just says, I'm sorry I made you yell.
He deserved single thing he got. I literally put the fear of God into him, so. Fear of a God into him. It's okay. You have nothing to apologize for.
I think she's just quiet.
I just tap on the things, signal to go home.
Alright, the carriage takes you home.
Also, everybody knows Zoe's been crying.
Fine. That's not something he would ever be ashamed you about.
No, just that was FYI information.
Yeah. I think Pert probably sits on the guard seat, back seat, driver seat, whichever, and just kind of keeps watch out, sees if anyone from the church is specifically watching us.
You mean, which church? Which cult are we talking about right now? There's 3.
The church we're leaving initially, anyone else when we get to town.
There's 3 and they're all terrible.
You gonna take that, Camille?
Why? It's not my city.
There's 3 churches.
Yeah, well, there's a cult and 2 churches.
Well, I took
guys
that as being the watcher.
Yeah, you guys keep calling it a church, so. Or you keep calling
Religion.
it a church a cult. Yeah.
Religion. Let's call it that.
Morally gray faith group.
A short carriage ride later, and you are at the front steps of the Von Edel estate. It has been about, I guess, a little under 2 hours. I assume Risman's still sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
What have Fire and Emma been up to?
I'm sleeping in the chair beside Rizwin.
Okay, everybody is just conked out, having a nap.
Yeah, Alma, Melris, and the cat are curled up on cushions.
Aww.
What's Fallon doing?
He's probably also sleeping.
What time of day is it at this point?
Like 5 p.m. It's almost dinner. I assume you exit the carriage and walk inside?
Yep.
I think Zoe falls behind Camille.
Like, follows behind or hides behind?
Hides behind.
Just so player / character knowledge. What was the familiar relation between the Archbishop and Zoe's father? Are they brothers? Are they cousins?
Mother's side.
Oh, okay.
So you walk in and past the guards that are standing watch outside still. And Nicholas is still downstairs. He's sitting on the stairs now. He stopped pacing. He stands up immediately when you walk in. And he says, "Abigail, where have you been?" And rushes up to you and gives you a hug.
Zoe does not answer the question, buries her head in her father's neck, and just starts crying and hugging him.
He had this look on his face like he was going to start berating you, and when you started crying, that just kind of melted away. Now he's just hugging you.
I failed at everything, Father. I failed to do good, and I failed to clear the Archbishop's mind. Should have just left and stayed away.
What are you talking about? Abigail, as much as I wish you weren't wrapped up in all of this, from what I understand, you and your friends did a very good thing today. I'm proud of you.
I fear the city's going to be in chaos.
Well, there's always a little chaos.
I'm talking about a holy war, Dad.
Then I suppose I shall have to put my speaking skills to good use. It is the Primor's job to make the city run, not just to run the city. I've spent a lot of my life making peace between different factions, different peoples. That has not changed.
Just quietly or politely from the corner. Enfranchise the people of the city, Primor. That's how both the cult and the Church of Bashaba have been gaining power, as they prey on the desperate, the downtrodden, powerless. Work to better the lives of your common people, and they won't have to turn to these groups.
I appreciate the well-intentioned advice. And doesn't say anymore, but You sense a sort of like, stay out of my kitchen.
Yeah, no, he wasn't trying to tell him do this or else. This is the advice I'm giving. If you choose to act on it, you act on it. What do I know? I've only dealt with these cults in several cities already.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think perhaps we've all had enough excitement for one day. Would you like to go see your mother?
I think that Zoe trembles slightly at that. Her father's a kind-hearted soul. Her mother's not so much. Yes, Father.
He starts to lead Abigail upstairs and looks back to Camille and Pert and says, your friends are in that room over there. I think they're sleeping.
Nods.
I think Pert will have been searching through his book for a little while and has finally found a sketch he did of Zoe smiling at a sunrise or sunset or something like that. And he'll quietly slip that into Zoe's hand before she goes away. It's just a rough black and white sketch, but it's a happy thought, happy moment, happy memory, whatever.
Yeah.
And then he'll follow Camille.
You do indeed find the rest of your companions snoring away.
Snore.
I think I just also collapse into a very sturdy chair.
Mm-hmm.
I think Pert checks to see if Rizwin's awake or not.
No.
And then, despite everything, he does a once-over on her.
She seems okay from like the cursory kind of, not glance, but the cursory check that you can do
Without waking her up or anything, yeah.
Yeah, there's no so there's no like obvious signs of lasting damage. However, she didn't really have any like signs of injury with her previously, with her
Bad shoulder?
left arm with her bad shoulder that kept popping out. And so you're not, I think Pert might suspect that you're not gonna know for sure unless you see how it healed in dragon form.
We're going to have to take Rizwin back to Pert's father in dragon form at some point. Dad's gonna have to do surgery on a dragon. Won't that be fun? Pert will put a cool towel on her forehead and find a corner and sit down and not stand watch per se, but kind of watch over the others for an hour or so before drifting off himself.
Mm-hmm.
I would point out, having medical training, Pert would know that people in shock need to be warm.
Oh, well, again, I wasn't told she was in shock, so...
Also,
I think he would have figured that out.
Yeah, and Per would know that Rizwin likes being on very hot stuff.
Then instead he would have put a second blanket on her and maybe a hot water bottle if rubber exists.
Okay.
Does rubber exist?
Sure, I don't think rubber hot water bottles exist, though.
They're bed warmers you can get that are copper pans that go underneath the mattress in the bed frame that are full of hot coals that heat the mattress.
That doesn't sound like a fire hazard at all.
It's not, actually. My grandparents used to use one.
because there's no hole for the heat from the copper pan to get out, other than the sheer radiant.
Yeah, it just radiates the heat out of the copper pan or the bronze pan.
Very interesting. I think everybody just takes a long rest here,
Reasonable.
unless anybody has anything they want to do before the next day.
Not unless anything happens, no.
Actually, Kamale, at some point that night, like towards the evening, you do get a letter from the embassy.
Oops.
Basically just saying,
Hurry the fuck up.
yeah, we have as a reminder, we have a ship waiting for you.
I'll write back a very politely worded letter. Apologies, we were involved in some of the incidents that happened in the city. We will be leaving as quickly as possible. I apologize for the delay. In circumstances surrounding the Primor's family have delayed our departure. Basically giving a political reason why we haven't been able to leave yet.
Mm-hmm.
Also, can you please give me information on the ship we are departing on?
Okay. You send that off. You can expect a reply in the morning.
I will also, at some point, tell the Primor that your brother-in-law might have the fear of God put into him and will never ever touch Zay with the 10-foot pole or Abigail with the 10-foot pole ever again.
Okay. In that case, we're gonna take a long rest here, and Jamie needs another pee break. God damn it!
Yay, spells
All that tea.
All that tea. So take a couple minutes to do your short rest while Jamie goes to the bathroom.
Baby.
Yep.
Make the numbers go up on your character sheets.
Did you say short rest there?
She meant long rest. Barring anything catastrophic happening.
I mean, there are 2 cats now.
Does this towel need washing? It was on top of the washer.
No, I'm pretty sure that was just the other towel that was in below that had the 2 towels in it.
Oh yeah, that's the one I bought. It smelled like it was clean, so.
I'm back.
We'll go back.
I'm back.
We'll go back.
I am also back.
We'll go back.
But is the tea ready for more tea?
No, I haven't finished my second tea yet.
I can't have tea right now. I'm descaling the kettle.
Fine.
Which means my kitchen smells like ass.
Yeah.
I don't know how the water is in Durham region, but Guelph water is stupidly hard.
I mean, yes, but also I don't like. We had hard water growing up too. We had really hard water, so I don't know.
You wouldn't know the difference?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Is everybody back?
I know Mist is here. I know I'm here. Sorry for the sounds of pouring.
Hello.
There's
Hello.
Quasta.
Basically, that's what I've heard a bunch of.
Just one thing before we go into sleep. Zoe would either ask, or if he was asleep, leave a note on Phelan to ask him to stay.
Okay.
So, do we all sleep the entire night in that one room?
Yeah, I think we all fall asleep in that room.
I
I
think,
think you lot do. I don't think Zoe's there.
yeah, Zoe's led upstairs where her mom and Gwen are waiting, and is glomped on by Gwen, and she does not let go.
Awkward and wholesome family time.
Yeah.
Also, I think Camille might actually have a bath. He was kind of, even with the armor, he was kind of gore spattered.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Zoe's still gross.
Yeah, well, there's only so much option she has of getting free of Gwen.
Mm-hmm.
She might have been like, can I have a bath first?
Oh
please?"
yeah. Please go have a bath.
I think Gwen just go like, you smell like fish.
Is everybody actually back? I haven't heard David.
Or Nibbles.
I asked if we all spent the night in the same room.
Yeah, I definitely heard Nibbles. Purge.
Back.
Welcome back.
I tend to do that. Don't take personally. When people ask who is around, I forget someone who just died.
I am horribly offended.
I
Yes,
literally,
after 2.5 years, I'm now suddenly offended by this fact.
I literally just sat down and put my headset on and heard pert.
We were just making sure you were back. Also, I would like to commit violence against whoever made the 3 pixels on the right side of the taskbar be the minimized desktop thing. Because
Yes, it is a really annoying button.
Mm-hmm.
Which
I
program?
love that button. Windows. I don't know why they made it that small and moved it to that corner from where it used to be, but
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I have my start bar on the top of my screen. So whenever I go to close a tab in my browser, sometimes I accidentally go too far to the left.
I
Ooh.
think you can remove it.
Can you?
I have the
I
start
will
button.
get back to you.
I have the start menu on the bottom of my top screen. So I'll be in the middle of recording something on my main screen, and I'll scroll my mouse up and accidentally hover over that button, and that causes the windows to preview the desktop.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck.
Okay. So you don't necessarily spend the night sleeping in chairs. But I don't think, like, outside of eating and having a bath.
No, some of us probably eventually disperse.
Yeah. So you can have just conked out in the chair till morning, or eaten, bathed, and then had actual sleep in bed.
Probably bathed in bed.
I think it's fitting for Fire to just sleep pass through all the night, and in the morning be starving and smelly.
Morning rolls around. Everybody wakes up refreshed and rested. Some of you a little less physically refreshed. Those who didn't have a bath last night. Camille, you receive a reply early in the morning. The ship that they have reserved for you is a merchant ship called the Gala.
Okay.
They have respectfully requested that you not delay past tomorrow morning, as they have a couple of shipment dates that they need to meet.
Okay. And it's a Karkamon ship, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that, phew, out of character.
So, like, tomorrow morning is, like, the fucking latest they'll wait for you.
When we have our morning meeting with everyone, I'll pass that information along. That, we really, unfortunately, will need to leave soon. And I don't know how much more we can do in the city. I don't think there's much more we can do. It's in the hands of the Primor. Aside from maybe having one sort of last meeting with Anna or whoever. So he asked for with the sending stone.
Did we ever get a response to that?
You did not.
Crap. Can we back up a little bit then?
Okay, back up to where?
Just night, because I think Zoe would have kind of forced a dream with Anna.
Okay.
If they're not going to answer her message, she's going to force her way in.
Oh, jeez. What's your spell save?
Technically, I don't think there is a spell save, but it's going to be 17.
Yeah, there's a save if they try to resist.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought Estrella would have forced her not to do it, so...
It is wisdom.
Yeah. So, 17.
18!
Oh, 18. Okay.
Because the... I don't know.
It doesn't
Maybe.
Regalia give you a +1 to your spell
Regalia?
attack and saves?
Maybe not saves. But would spell attack count for... Hey, Jamie. Would
Yeah.
Regalia give Zoe +1 for this?
Let's see. This glove adds +1 to spell attack, healing, and damage rolls.
Then 17. So
Okay.
I guess she resists.
Yeah. Yeah, you try as you might, you are not able to make a connection with her.
I assume brute force is not an option.
This is the brute force method.
No, brute force is keeping doing it twice an hour, every hour.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Alright, so morning meeting.
Chomp chomp food.
And then since we all heard it, I'll just pass on the ship details and whatnot. We have to leave by tomorrow. We've delayed several days as it is.
It is. Okay, so we're having morning meeting. Is Rizwan there?
Yeah. She actually probably wakes up early. Like if she went to bed at 5?
5 p.m.
Yeah, I don't think she's sleeping more than 12 hours. So she probably gets up and has a bath and tries to clean up and stuff and assesses the situation. So yes, she is there.
And I guess the question that is obvious to ask is, did Zoe ever get a reply on the sending stone from those people?
No.
Are you asking Zoe or are you asking?
I was asking Zoe in character, yes.
No, and they rejected other means.
Well, you know where that... Well, I doubt she's there now, or she's in hiding, if that's the case. You could try going to speak to her, but I doubt it's going to go anywhere.
I mean, if we're gonna go somewhere, I think we go to the secret meeting place.
Sure.
But she probably realized she was followed from there, so they probably moved on.
Makes sense, too.
Who all is in this meeting?
I mean, all the pieces.
Us.
I don't think Phelan's there.
Okay, but I assume he's around somewhere.
As
Or
far as
maybe
you
I
know,
go
he hasn't
back.
left.
Okay.
As far as you know, he hasn't left.
I think Zoe's just kind of doting on Rizwin.
Hmm. I'm gonna send you something.
Me or Ty?
I can send it to both of you if you like, but Ty.
Okay.
In the meantime, we have a second brooch of shielding, right?
Yes.
Does anyone has it?
Not currently.
Somewhere on Zoe at the moment, but she, of course, doesn't need it.
We have two, right? One for Zoe, and can I ask for the other one?
Sure, if you want. You're just fairly squishy.
I don't think anyone has a problem with that idea.
Cool.
Let me just make another one.
Copy paste.
Are we missing something else from that loot?
There's the robes, there's the brooch, there was the spell book, and then there was the necklace and its other side.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's my third attunement.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, your armor's attuned?
Mm-hmm. Do you check you're supposed to have much money we have in the bank, right, Cafanid?
We have a lot of money still in the banks.
But you have the number?
Yeah, the number hasn't changed at all.
Is it in the same in the party loot?
Yeah, it's the same party loot. It's 23,000 gold.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna note here the robes and the spellbook.
Damn, I was really hoping Ramiel would have spent all that money on the suit.
Yeah, sadly, he hasn't figured out how to open up a banking account yet. Also, he can't communicate with anyone except for me.
And Zoe. Oh, no, Zoe can communicate with him, but he can't communicate with Zoe.
As I say, I can have a two-way conversation with him.
He can understand Zoe speaking Celestial, Adam. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So, what are your plans for today?
I mean, meta, I'm not planning on building any magical items until I get to Karkamon. So I have no reason to go shopping or anything.
As soon as we're done having this meeting, Rizman has a conversation to go have.
Does
Go have your conversation. You've been quiet because you were unconscious for a while.
Pert asks the party in general, does anyone know of any other Easterners? Pert can't think of anyone off the top of his head. Besides Rizwin.
The other lady from the Platinum Army?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a bunch of them in the Platinum Army. I don't know if you want to go talk to them.
Well, yeah, if it turns out that something's a thing of heresy, it would be awkward. Phelan didn't recognize it, so...
Is this stuff Pert is verbalizing?
Yeah, Pert is asking, maybe this is a religious symbol from the East or something, because something in my brain ticks about it, but I can't figure it out, and maybe if we knew an Easterner we could talk to, but I can't think of anyone right now.
Have you checked in with any scholars that are in the city?
I haven't yet, no. But
might that be a good idea? Go check with.
Yes,
I'm assuming there's a university or something in this city.
I was just checking if there was any pre-established people that I couldn't think of.
No, just a boat full of fanatics.
I wanted to ask Rizwin.
No.
You're having a conversation with Phelan, right?
I don't know if she's made that public.
No, but fire assumes. Assumes.
I think that's a fair assumption on all of our parts, is that Rizwin and Phelan are going to have a talk.
Okay. Yeah, I guess she would just nod. She doesn't seem like she's too thrilled about the idea.
Do you prefer to be alone or have company?
I don't think I'm in immediate danger, considering I'm not already dead.
I don't think he could do anything to you. I'm saying for moral support.
Mm-hmm. If you don't want any of us around, that's totally fine.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right.
Okay.
I think since no one else has ideas, Pert will take the approach of going to talk to scholars. If there is a scholar situation here, Jamie/Ty.
Okay.
I also want to do something, but I couldn't wait in the queue.
Actually, did we ever... Just this is a question. Did Joey ever tell us the name of the brother? You know who I'm talking about, right?
Brother?
The one whose brother we died. The one whose brother joined the cult and Zoe had killed in the Session Zero. Like, was his name ever made, like, said out loud in public?
I assume Zoe was given the name, and she kind of blurted out everything after coming home distraught.
You want the name of which one?
The living brother. The one who Zoe confronted.
I'm not sure she would have given that one out. She would have given the dead brother's name out.
Yeah, the dead brother's name was Wyatt.
Yeah, she probably gave out both, but
Okay, well, she gave up both. Camille would probably want to actually track him down, if possible, or at least get from Zoe where he is.
Zoe would not give that up.
Camille needs to apologize and make amends, so that's why he would ask you.
Zoe would basically say what the last thing he said to her was, which was, "Go away and don't come back."
I understand that. That was to you. Zoe, I have to try.
Alright, she'll give you the address.
I'm saying that's where he'll go. So, however you want to sequence this, Jamie.
Okay, let's start with Camille, actually.
Okay.
So you leave the house, walking out into the morning light. Down
Probably
the
on,
street.
probably on Ramael.
Yeah. Okay. Down the street according to Zoe's directions. You definitely stand out.
Yeah.
Very shiny boy riding a very shiny horse.
He does.
And you come to a small rundown little house that your directions say this is the one.
What was his name again?
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. I'll just politely knock on the door.
You don't get a response.
I'll wait. Try again in a few minutes.
Okay. A little bit after the second knock, the door just opens a very tiny crack, and you see. Like, it's kind of hard to tell. You think it might be an older woman. You just see a little sliver of her face.
Ma'am?
What do you want?
I was hoping to speak to your son, Jeremiah.
He's out.
Would you know where he is?
It's none of your business.
You're right, it's not. I would just like to talk to him about some things.
She looks you up and down. And then says, "We've got enough churchy folks in our life right now.
I'm not here to preach.
Well, whatever you're selling, we ain't buying." And she closes the door.
Okay, he'll wait outside for Jeremiah. All day if he needs to. This is an act of atonement in his mind.
Okay. You wait for a little while. She doesn't open the door again. Somebody walking down the street actually approaches you.
Okay.
It says, you need something?
I was looking for a young man who lives here. His name's Jeremiah.
Oh, yeah, I know him.
Do you know where he
Why
is?
do you want to see him?
I need to talk to him about personal issue.
Oh, he kind of looks around a bit and scratches his head. I mean, I don't know much. Jeremiah's he's a good kid, but he's had some tough times.
Mm-hmm. Is he having a tough time right now?
Well, yeah, but it's been tough for him for a while.
Hmm.
It's his, that's not my place to say.
He just kind of cocks his head to the side to indicate you can ask. You can say more if you want. I'm not gonna.
Oh well, his brother went missing a while ago. It's been real hard on their family, but I this is just rumor. I don't have any
Screenshot.
I haven't seen anything personally,
Mm-hmm.
but I've heard that he might have gone to seek some faith somewhere.
Do you know which faith?
In his face, you can,
The Bashaba or the
don't say that.
them? Do you know if he'll be back tonight?
I
Screenshot.
don't know.
Sure, taking a screenshot.
Do you know where he would be right now?
No, look, you seem like a nice guy, but maybe just leave the kid alone. I mean, he's going through some stuff.
I understand. How's his mother?
Crabby as ever.
Has that always been the case, or?
Yeah, she's always kind of been a piece of work.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. He walks away, kind of looking at you over his shoulder.
Sorry, I'm having an internal debate if I want to go back and talk to the mother or not,
Yeah.
and whether or not that's actually going to do anything. Yeah, I will. Just play knock on the door again.
You just hear a female voice scream, "Go away!"
Ma'am, this is about your son.
She does not respond.
More insistent knocking.
I don't think she's gonna talk to you.
Fine. All right. He tried. He'll get back on his horse and leave.
Yeah. Not everybody wants to listen.
I think he'll just ride around the city for a bit just to clear his head.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it for me, I guess.
Okay. Brisbane.
Hello.
Breakfast finishes.
She attempts to locate Phelan.
Okay. It takes a little bit of searching, but he has been granted his own room for the night, and he's just sitting in a chair, armor's on. He seems to have bathed this morning and is staring out a window.
Was the door open? She would have knocked if it wasn't.
Yeah, it was just ajar.
I think she maybe knocks anyway, just to get his attention.
He looks over at you. Oh, good morning. Glad to see you up and about.
Glad to be up and about.
Yes, it was quite the experience yesterday, wasn't it? I suppose I should be getting back to the ship. Wouldn't want my superiors to be wondering where I am. And he says this, but he doesn't move. He doesn't go to stand up. He just kind of taps his fingers and sits there.
Any idea what you might say to them?
No. I will be honest, Briswin. You saved my life back there, and I would be a poor man to repay that with a betrayal of confidence.
Does he look like there's a but at the end of that sentence?
He seems unsure, but you don't necessarily sense a but.
Do you have any questions I can answer to put your mind at ease?
Are you all quite so reasonable? Is that offensive? I feel like that might have been offensive.
No. All of my brothers and sisters deserved what they got. Hell, at the time, I would have deserved it too, were it not for the compassion of the woman who raised me.
I see.
She is the one who taught me empathy and everything that I am now.
I am unsure if that makes me feel better or not.
Do I get the sense that he means in general or specifically about Rispin?
In general, I think.
Well, you can take solace in the fact that your would be the right word. Like, I don't know, whatever fellow soldiers, whatever the word for that would be.
Comrades.
Yeah, comrades were very thorough 30 years ago. And any others that may have escaped, well, I haven't heard from them. Did we ever establish exactly how many it was that escaped?
I don't think so. He is quiet for a while, lost in thought.
I think she just kind of sits there and waits.
When the Platinum Army arrived at my doorstep, I was excited. I was excited for things to be simple. And I think perhaps I knew it was a little too good to be true.
I know what you mean. When the boogeyman comes knocking at your door, don't expect to learn to respect him. And I think she almost said make friends with, but then didn't.
I don't think he kind of puts it together that you're talking about him. Have you ever been to the Elven Kingdoms?
No, I haven't.
We have an old story. I used to love telling. My parents would visit us from afar on occasion.
You've gone, Ghosty.
Yeah,
Oh
you're
no!
a bit far away from the mic or something.
How about now?
That's good.
Okay. My family would host guests from afar, and I was a bit of a precocious child. And I would delight in telling the story. Thousands of years ago, the land of the elves was just a bunch of disparate kingdoms, small and alone, until one by one they were brought to heel and joined under the banner of one king. Never as such a great military mind walked our lands, and as cunning as he was in the battlefield, he was even more so in the art of politics. And over the decades, he united our kingdoms into one and ruled for over 2 centuries, the golden years of our people. But as he grew old, the question arose of who would inherit his kingdom that he had built, which of his children would be strong enough to oversee it, to keep their people together. In his infinite wisdom, the king realized that it was his experiences uniting the kingdoms that made him a great ruler. And so, on his deathbed, he summoned his 12 children and instructed them to each take 1/12 of his kingdom for their own. Whomever was worthy of ruling over the elves would be the one to do as he had done. But none of his children were able to do it. And so their descendants kept trying, knowing that whomever so is right to rule over all the elven kingdoms will be the one who manages to unite them. This is a true story from all that I understand. And, well, we fought to win, not to kill. We fought with honor, with the sacred duty afforded to us by our forefathers, to see who was truly worthy to lead all of our people. That is how it was. I apologize. It's a little difficult to speak of.
I understand. I think she like almost puts a hand on his shoulder, but maybe doesn't quite make contact, and like judges how he reacts to that.
There was no honor they did. And it didn't take very long for us to follow in that path. We were supposed to be better than that. And to be offered the chance to fight a righteous battle again, it felt good. And now I must confess I do not know what to do.
The destruction of evil is always righteous. I read the histories, and as they always are, there is exaggerations, but let there be no question in your mind that my father, and she spits when she says it, maybe not like actually spits, but like, you know what I mean? He deserved to die.
I suppose that there is good to be done with the Platinum Army, even if perhaps I do not agree with everything. After all, they led me to you. Not that I think I was very much help yesterday, anyways.
I would caution you against sticking out. Especially if they find out why. Your fate would probably be much the same as mine were they to discover me.
Well, that's a bit terrifying.
I, of course, have to consider the source, but amongst my kin, Bahamut is terrifying force to be reckoned with.
Is this supposed to make me feel better?
I want you to stay alive first and then feel better.
Fair enough. He stands up, goes over to you. I'm glad I know now. And then you both hear, like, the creaking of wood. And a little stumble. And sorry to interrupt.
Is this like at the door?
Yeah, Gwen
Okay.
is at the door. She, like, pushed the door open a little bit.
How much does it look like she heard?
Make an insight check. Her face is a little red. She might have heard something.
Is she stepping before what she thinks is a kiss?
I
Sorry,
don't.
I'm just thinking about that and laughing. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, could you imagine?
She says, we received a message that the Platinum Army wants to meet with you.
Who's she looking at when she says that?
Both of you! I'm just passing it along.
And everyone's out of the house.
Yup.
Not everyone.
I look at Phelan like it doesn't take an insight check to see sheer terror.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Thank you, young miss. We shall have to go round up the others.
Have Thalen make an insight check. Or probably perception, actually.
Okay.
Come on, my little boy, do it.
14. Nah, okay, he doesn't
No.
see it.
So who is still at the house?
Me. And I want to
I'm
say,
up too.
Okay.
yeah, I had to ask Amma a favor.
Okay.
So he's still at the house.
Okay. We will do Fire's thing before you are informed that the Platinum Army wants to meet. I gotta pee again. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Okay. I think a short break every hour is probably a good idea anyway.
Mm-hmm. I'll be back in 5 or so.
I'll be back.
I'll be Mozart.
Be right back as well. I just said fuck it and grabbed a whole tub of yogurt.
So decadent.
I mean, it's no
Okay.
sugar yogurt.
Sorry about that. Drinking a lot of fluids tonight.
It's okay.
Perfectly
Male
fine.
is apparently still here.
Oh, who? Huh? Oh, yeah, I came back quickly.
Yar.
You said 5 minutes, so
Well, I overestimate rather than underestimate.
Is everybody still here?
I believe so, but I haven't heard nibbles.
I just heard him. I think, unless I'm hallucinating.
Wow.
See, but now we can't tell if that was nibbles or if that was Amma.
Unless Emma is using some sort of voice modulator. I don't think her voice is that deep, or has decided to smoke like 20 packs of cigarettes in the last 2 minutes.
No.
Oh, jeez.
I was gonna say, you underestimate her ability.
I don't think I've ever heard you talk that loud.
Or that deeply.
It's because I tend to do that right up near the edge.
Oh, I figured that's what caused it. But
Hey, Amma, I need you to play a dragon in my next campaign.
Okay. So, Fire, you wanted to do a thing?
Yeah. After breakfast, I come to Amma. Amma, I need a favor. Could you write something for me?
Sure.
I'll send it to you by DM.
Oh.
There. I ask you how to write that or write it for me.
Come holy show you how to write it?
No, like, don't teach me. I need it for copying to see how it is.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
He'd write it out for you and then let you write it on your own.
I have a better idea. Grab your copy, come outside. And I try to write it in skywriting.
Okay.
I feel like he's trying to draw it.
Right. What kind of check do you think this would be?
Dexterity, I think.
Well, it's a mental spell, though.
Yeah, you're not physically writing it.
Then my casting ability is wisdom.
Yeah, probably wisdom. Just give me a wisdom check.
Ugh.
Okay. It is legible. Mostly.
In the sky, mostly, there's something like this.
Oh.
Do you end it dash fire?
Nope.
All right, clouds make the form of a sentence in the sky, and everybody in Blackcaster can read this if they look up.
I think everyone at some point looks up and just.
No, no, that's in my head.
All right, how long does Skywrite last?
I don't know.
No.
1 hour concentration.
Okay. How long do you keep it up there?
The hour.
Okay. Then Kamal and Pert probably both see it at some point.
Yeah, I think I'm just writing, I don't know, a couple hours later, just look up and go. This touches, just pinches the bridge of his nose and just that goofball.
Is Pert aware of the Merrill situation?
We all are.
I don't I think you know of this person. I don't know how much you
Yeah, I don't know
have
if,
actually been present for.
exactly. So it's one of those. I don't know if, other than Fire mentioning, oh yeah, I met a guy called Merle. He was cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the name probably jogs your memory, but
Yeah, I think I was there for a conversation where it tied Merle to Anna and everything.
Yeah, I don't think Pert was present for 90% of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll make a note in his journal and leave it at that.
Okay. All right. So a little after you finish your skywrite, Rizwan and Phelan come find the two of you. With Gwen in tow. She tells you that the Platinum Ari has requested to meet you.
Oh.
Rizwan is visibly distressed.
Just for clarification, you, the collective you, right?
Yeah, the collective you.
Okay.
I reach in my pocket and give Rizwan a destroyed eclair from last night.
2 nights ago?
It's 2-day-old eclair from his pocket.
Yeah.
I think she politely declines.
You need this more than me.
We do have other sweets here.
I mean, yeah, but you're gonna not let waste this food.
Okay.
She already looks like she's gonna be sick. I don't think that old sugar is going to help that in any way.
And with the pocket lint and the little bit of mushroom, like a pocket fungus on it.
I mean,
Oh.
I don't think that's the problem.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Shrugs and eats it.
Where's Zoe this morning?
I don't know. Probably. I think she would have attempted to send that message spell again, maybe with more details this time, and I assume failed.
Message spell?
The sending stone thing.
Okay. Yeah. You're pretty sure that it goes through, but you don't get a reply.
And then, it does the emo teenager thing where she's sitting there playing her lute.
Mm-hmm. Then Gwen knocks on your door and says, sorry, the Platinum Army wants to meet with you guys.
Why?
I don't know.
Why are you the one walking around telling us?
I offered.
That's not your job.
I know.
All right, I'll be down in a couple minutes.
Okay. So Zoe, you join Rizwan, Phelan, Fire, and Emma. Unless Pert or Camille feel really, really strongly about being there, I think that you're probably just off doing your own thing.
I mean, I personally, as the player, would like to be there. I guess it depends on the timing of this. If he comes back, or if someone notices him or wants him there, because he mentioned where he was going. Like,
right.
It's entirely up to people. Like,
I
don't know how long it's been. Let's put it that way. If it's been more than 2 or 3 hours, he might have just come back.
I was going to say, yeah, you told us where we are. Everybody's kind of stuck in their own head right now.
On the other hand, I think Pert talked to Zoe about academics, and then left right away. So he's probably gone for some time.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that up to you, Jamie. If you think there's enough time has lapsed for me to be like, oh, hey, where's Camille? And they see him coming down the road or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would argue there isn't, because it's literally Rizwan goes have a conversation. Unless that was like a 2.5 hour conversation, I don't think there's been enough time.
Yeah, I think at most it was probably like a half hour, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to be fair, it makes sense.
Yeah. Sorry, I think Camille's gonna have to miss this one.
Alright, fine.
Unless you guys want to wait for Camille or try and find him.
Has it been made obvious that they want to speak to us as a group and not just specifically Rizwan and Phelan? Because that's how I heard it.
Sorry, that's a question I asked Jamie. Was the collective you meaning everyone?
I mean, I'll say, if 1 or 2 of you are there, it's not going to be that big a deal. They just want to talk to the group in general.
I mean, honestly, that might be something that we wait for everybody to be together then. Was there any kind of like now on it or just today or something?
Promptly. So, like, today.
How about we go around lunchtime and whoever's back by then will go with us?
Okay.
Sure. I point out to Rizwin, we don't have to go. They have no authority, I think.
I do not believe that they would risk international incident within this city. It seems as though they have built up some, or we have built up some significant goodwill here, and I don't believe the general would want to do anything to jeopardize that, unless it was very important. Now he doesn't look nearly so sure of himself.
Rizwin just kind of quietly says, I think it might be more suspicious if I didn't. Unless they already know.
Also, we might cause the problem to poor Felon if we don't go.
Okay. So I think by lunchtime, Camille would have wandered back.
Mhm.
What about Pert?
We'd have to do his scene to know.
Okay, then let's do Pert's scene.
So, during breakfast, Pert would be asking Zoe about what kind of academical society they have here. Are there any, esteemed people of education or history or whatever?
Jamie.
Mm-hmm. There is a very nice library in the city. I do believe we talked about that.
I don't remember, so I'll say yes.
Sorry, me and Ty. I do believe we talked about that.
The only thing I'm remembering is there's a good hospital and the one everybody else gets to use.
Yeah, that too. But yes, there is a good. It is more of a like upper class only kind of library.
I am about to use something that I don't think has come up this campaign. I'm going to use a background feature.
Ooh.
Guild membership. Pert's a historian.
Excellent. With that, you can absolutely get into this library.
And so, by this point in time, I think Pert has sketched out the eye from the different books that we have, just to see if there's any difference between them.
They all look pretty similar.
There isn't any obvious, this one's closed, this one's open.
That's correct.
Cool. So then he'll take the sketches and one of the books, whichever one seems like it's the least important.
Okay.
As well as the artifact with him. And he also has a sketch of the keyhole from the artifact, but he's not showing that off. And he'll go to the library and just inquire if there is anyone available who knows about Eastern religions or Eastern symbology or other major Eastern symbols. And when people start staring at him, he'll probably show off one of the sketches.
Okay. Make me an investigation check.
Sure. A 3.
Okay.
Thank you, dice. I mean, it's still a 14.
Yeah. You spend some time looking through books, talking to scholars, and Sorry, just give me a sec to think here.
No problem.
There isn't a lot of books here on the religions in Vrogel. But you do find this symbol in a book talking about Lita.
Lita.
Yes, and it's so in Lita there is sort of a discouragement of religion. However, there is a sort of I don't know if like I don't quite know what the term is, but there is a a tradition or a following kind of like what's the word the kind of like Taoism, where it's not like a religion where you worship a deity, it's like a
moral
philosophy. Or like Confucianism. Confucianism is the thing I was trying to think of. And they talk about some historical figure called the Principal. And that symbol appears here when referring to this figure.
And that's from the, just so it's clear, that's the Legion archipelago you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Sorry, on the map, the archipelago is the former island?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to mentally connect things. So I shouldn't be putting this under the eastern continent. I should be putting it under the archipelago.
I mean, it
Okay.
is still east, but it's not the eastern continent.
All right.
That is what you are able to find.
And most likely Pert will then end up spending, unless he gets contacted, he'll spend the rest of the, probably until he gets hungry, looking up more information on Lita.
Okay. I think I would prefer to give you sort of the lowdown later when I actually have it written up. The basics are like the Lita archipelago is like a technological hub.
Kind of like the island was before it.
Yeah, actually.
That's obviously out of game knowledge, but so it's got a bit of a technology jump versus the rest of the world.
Yeah, and like reading up on this principality, they seem very much like it seems very much about knowledge and learning and scientific discovery and stuff like that. So like that, I don't want to call it a cult,
but also it kind of ticks a lot of Pert's boxes.
Yeah, it does.
A not so secret society.
Yeah, kind of.
Or a big ass fraternity.
And that's probably why, like, even though it's semi-religious, it's pretty tolerated there because it aligns with the the general values of that society. very well.
All right, so just to summarize, so I've got this fixed in the record sheet properly. The Principality of Leda follow a moral philosophy. Many follow a moral philosophy known as the Principle. Has many references to the symbol of the eye.
So they follow a moral philosophy laid down by a person, a historical figure that they call the principal.
Right. I was sure that she said something about a person. I should double check. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Then yeah. After that, Pert's probably going to spend, again, until he gets hungry, so probably noon, late noon, probably mid-afternoon even, just doing more research and stuff in there, but you can skip over me. He'll be back before dinner time for sure, because he knows that important stuff's got to happen.
Okay. So it sounds like Pert's not going to be back for lunch.
Yeah, no.
Okay. In that case, lunch rolls around, Camille comes back, and Pert does not.
Okay.
To the
So,
gallows. Meeting.
One thing during the day that Zoe did was transfer that spell into her book.
Okay. You now have a spell of wrist pocket.
What's
So it's
in
the
your
coin bag I'm holding, right?
kinda? What's in your pockets, hobbitses?
So, should we, get going? Get this over with?
Guess so. That part appears to have fallen down a literary hole or something.
Meow.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach. Let's get over this with.
Okay. You get a carriage down to the docks, or do you walk?
I think
I
it's
kinda
best
look
we take a carriage so that we can remind them who they're dealing with.
I'll get on my horse then.
Okay.
Well, look at him on his high horse.
Of course,
Wait.
of course.
Who gave Remy a weed?
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'll say nothing.
It's a good thing I can mentally control him.
I think on the way the carriage is shaking a little bit from the bouncy leg
Yeah.
that Rizwan is doing.
Zoe is trying to calm Risman down. And on a side note, Zoe has her hat on again.
Okay. Your carriage takes you down to the docks, where the ship still sits in the harbor, sails glittering in the sunlight. You see soldiers wearing silver armor with the pattern of dragon scales mill about. There's a few sailors, not armored, washing the deck of the ship. You get out, approach the ship, and one of the soldiers salutes you and motions you to follow him up to the place where the wheel is. I don't know ship terminology, guys.
The helm.
Yes, thank you, the helm.
Boat steery
Phelan is-
place.
Yeah, boat steery place. Phelan is at the front, leading you all. And when you get up to the helm, he steps aside so that everybody has a good view. You see a woman with long gray hair standing looking out towards the ocean. In contrast to all of the rest of the soldiers, her armor is made of red dragon scales, and it's been fashioned into full plate armor.
So it's like we match attires.
Yeah. Hers is very shiny, and it's also like more tightly put together.
In terms of her needs, I'm sure Fire's wearing a hoodie and she's wearing a ball gown.
Yeah.
Can I guess from the size of said scales how old the dragon they were taken from is? Or
Make
was?
a nature check.
Can I argue that I would get advantage on this?
Sure. It varies. There's a lot of like little scales that you can see in like in and around the legs and the arms and stuff. The scales on her trunk seem bigger. Maybe not your father sized, but definitely bigger than Rizwin.
Okie dokie.
She turns around to face you as the other soldier snaps a salute. And she gives a bit of a welcoming smile. It's a pleasure to finally meet you all. I understand you've managed to remove a significant threat to the city in this crazed mage.
I worry that he was not the real problem.
What race is she?
She's human.
Oh, okay. You said trunks. I was like, is this the first Loxodon we've been introduced to?
No, the trunk,
Yeah,
like the
Torso?
Yeah, the torso. She nods at you, Zoe, and says, "Still, your victory yesterday should not be discounted. It seems as though it were quite a major one. As someone who travels the world to root out evil, it is always comforting to find those whose goals align with my own." This city is lucky to have you. And she turns to Phelan and says, "Well done in keeping these people safe." He goes a little bit red and says, I'd
elbow him.
I did my best, ma'am." Kind of like looks around like I did jack shit.
We wouldn't be able to do it without him.
Excuse me, I might be speaking out of turn here, but I believe Phelan might make a good, what's the word, representative from your group to the city so that there would be connection between the two.
She looks over at Phelan thoughtfully. "I suppose you would have heard from your father that we are considering setting up a sort of embassy here."
So he flat out lies and says yes.
Perhaps that is worth considering. Phelan is still young to our order, but he has shown great promise and great enthusiasm. Maybe in a few years after he's had some time to toughen up. Phelan's just like turning redder and redder and redder.
I mean, from what I saw yesterday of him, he clearly has a strong soul.
He's a good, honest, and compassionate man.
Those are probably the wrong words to say to her.
He is a ruthless killing machine.
She laughs a little bit and turns to Fire. My lieutenant had mentioned that one of your number had a dragon scale armor. It's quite impressive.
Thank you.
I can't seem to remember where she said you obtained it.
I think I said to her that was a gift from a friend.
Ah, I see. Well, you are lucky to have such friends.
I know, right?
I hope that your armor has treated you as well as mine has me. This has been an incredibly useful tool. Its special ability makes our hunt not easy, but less futile.
The what?
Oh, I suppose you might not know if it was a gift. The armor can sense when another dragon of the same type is near. Not where they are, just that they're around. And she's still smiling, but her eyes just very slowly go over all of you.
Oh.
The armor can do that?
Well, Jamie, in what it says in the card of the item says the can discern the distance and direction of the closest red dragon.
I should change that because there are reasons I don't want that to be the way it is. You know, it's more like, what's the ranger ability?
30 miles.
Okay, it's not that far. It should be 3. Wait, the red dragon is 30 miles?
Yep.
Okay. Then no, that makes sense. But it's like the ranger ability where you know that there's one in your area.
Oh, so like kind of finding your favorite enemy that's in the area.
Yeah, what the heck is that thing called?
Primeval awareness. It's you can sense whether the following types of creatures are present within 1 mile of you or up to 6 miles if you're in your favorite terrain.
Yeah. So it works like primeval awareness. You know if like how many of that type of creature is in your radius, but the radius is 30 miles.
Oh. Cool.
Indeed.
I see. I mean, on the other hand, I don't know. I wouldn't want someone to have an armor to let them know where am I. What if they want to come to visit and I'm in the shower?
Holy shit!
Well, I suppose I hadn't thought of that.
Well, if you do use it to find a dragon, make sure to let them know so they're not in the shower.
She is like giving a big full bellied laugh.
Just out of curiosity, how close to the edge of the ship are we?
Smack dab at the top back.
Mm-hmm. She, she lets her laugh go through and calms down and says, "Well, I don't mean to keep you. I'm sure you're quite busy now that you're heroes of the city twice over. And I'm very glad that my soldier was able to be of some assistance. I simply wanted to get to meet the lot of you."
What was her name again?
General Sarah Zolva.
Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you, Sarah. See you around, I guess.
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again at some point.
So she hasn't made any sort of motions towards Zoe at all, has she?
Nope.
Or side eyes or anything? Okay.
Nope.
So she's playing the political game.
Yeah. Do you go?
Unless there's any sort of particular things, I think just say, well, with your permission, we'll disembark and make our own preparations for where we need to go and where we need to be.
Is Phelan still assigned to us?
Oh, no, Phelan will be returning with us.
Well, I know my father wants to offer something to him as gratitude for protecting his daughter. So I hope he comes by the house tonight before we depart. Before you have to depart.
I'm sure that can be arranged. And she gives you a nod of the head and turns around, regarding the sea once more.
At some point during that, can I have made eye contact and rolled an insight check to see if she knows or suspects or is just kind of, I don't know, bluffing?
Sure.
Paranoid.
Roll me an insight check. You do sense some suspicion directed at the group as a whole. She also doesn't seem to be, like, preparing to make a move.
Is the ship showing any signs of being prepared for departure, or is it still sort of in a port mode?
More in a port mode.
Right, so they're not prepared to like leave on the next tide, kind of thing.
That's correct.
On the way out, I will give Phelan one of those forearm handshakes.
Mm-hmm.
I will, in a normal speaking voice, say, "Thank you for everything. You were a great asset." And then quietly, just to him, I will say, "I'm sorry."
He says, "It was a pleasure," and just he doesn't say anything when you say "I'm sorry." and says, I suppose I'll be seeing you all tonight.
Neat.
Zoe gives him the most sloppy salute ever.
See you later, Tater.
I'll give him a salute and clap him on the shoulder.
All right.
And can we have the poor boy try one more perception check?
Sure. Oops, that's not the right character.
Ruh-roh.
Okay.
My God.
Yep.
What a clueless little muffin.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you all have anything else you want to do? Ty, I know there's a couple things on your list still.
Nothing on my list.
I assume shopping on the way back.
You can definitely go shopping on the way back.
Do you want to do that or just hand wave yet?
Let's just hand wave it. Unless what in particular are you looking for?
She's looking for a high quality broom, if such thing exists, and a high quality bag that she thinks she can imbue magic into.
Okay. The broom you're not gonna find. You're gonna have to get somebody to custom make a broom, and you can't that's not gonna happen in 24 hours.
Damn.
The bag you can probably find.
Then she buys a high quality bag.
A Louis Vuitton.
Yeah. Please hold while I... I'm just trying to think about how much money this would cost.
Well,
A Louis Vuitton?
I mean, in the real world, you can spend easily $500 on a name brand.
Ah, yes, but that just is... Most of that goes into the branding. What Zoe's looking for is quality.
But it would also have to be something they have right now.
Mm-hmm.
So either a special project that hasn't been delivered yet, that they're willing to bite a fine over.
I think perhaps... you can find one for... probably 150 gold.
Okay.
Which is a very, very expensive bag. It is... I don't know... I don't know that it would be able to handle a 5th or a 6th level enchanting. But it could probably, a 3rd or a 4th it could handle, and it'll give you a significant amount of bag of holding space. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm thinking more along the lines of the whoever's handy haversack, but as a purse. It's a purse, right, that you're looking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically the same thing that she saw Estrella have.
So basically adapting wrist pocket into a handy haversack.
Yeah. Here it's handy haversack.
And what spell you use for that?
Basically a higher level cast of wrist pocket.
Ah.
Yeah, that's kind of. Does that sound okay? Or did you you wanted something bigger?
Sorry, I cut out. Things cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry. Is that like that? Is that okay for you?
Okay, I missed what you said before that.
Oh, so it'll be kind of like a Keyword's handy haversack.
I don't know what that actually is. I thought they were actually
It's
basically a bag of holding in a different format.
so it is very much like a bag of holding, but it has like multiple smaller pouches as opposed to one big one.
Uh, 20 pounds of no more than 2 cubic feet per side pouch.
Yeah, I think this purse probably has more than two, like 3 or 4 pouches. So there is going to be
Like 80
like
to
you
100.
can't. Yeah, you can't fit a library in here, but you can fit a significant amount of stuff.
This thing is 1/5 a bag of holding.
Okay. I guess then this would be like a third. Yeah. How about you and I talk about this later, and we'll.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
But at least we've started a process.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure this out later. Anything else you guys want to do today?
I think
Nope.
I think Pert will show up before supper, but again, late afternoon, with a lot of stories about the archipelago and its history and stuff. Clearly having gone off on a historical tangent after finding the information he actually wanted and forgetting about that when he's updating the party.
Okay. Well, I have some stuff for you before that. We'll get there.
Oh, okay.
So after shopping, so he's going to go off and take a detailed copy of the teleportation circle that's in the sewer.
Okay.
And then send Fania a message to ask if she knows where any other ones are.
You get a message back from Vanya. She says she doesn't know if there's a teleportation circle in Marielda, but she'll ask Melanora. Check back tomorrow.
Okay. Then the only thing left on my list is number 3. Well, and 5, but...
Okay. Pert.
Hello.
So after you start getting hungry from a day of researching, you head back through the city towards the Von Edel estate. And while you're walking through the streets, you hear a familiar voice call out to you. Hey, Pert!
The name of the character who I'm not allowed to say. Yes?
Yeah, Dal comes up, jogging a little bit to get to you and says, fancy seeing you here.
And Pert will give Dal a bit of a nod. "'Tis. What's got you running around town?"
Oh, I'm just running some last minute errands before I gotta go. I heard a bunch of rumors flying around that your friends killed a wizard and collapsed a visible tower.
I mean, we didn't mean to kill the wizard, we meant to talk to him, but yes, all of that is accurate.
Damn, y'all been busy.
It's It was what was required. And Pert kind of looks conflicted.
Hey, that's pretty courageous of you. Taking on a big, powerful wizard, just you and your sword.
It was what we needed to do. One way or another, we had to confront him. It's not what I'd wish on anyone else, but it's what needed to be done.
Oh, well. You're a good man, Bert.
Thank you, Dal.
Whew, boy, I'm glad I wasn't the one staring him down, though.
And Pert kind of looks self-conscious for a second. Tell the truth, Dal. I made a fool of myself for half that. Kept falling over, kept getting knocked down, shit was flying, I just couldn't keep up. I know I'm as good as them, but I just can't keep up sometimes. It's hard.
Who could blame you? Like, look at that. This guy made an invisible tower?
Yeah.
Like, how's a regular old guy measure up to that?
Through sheer determination to keep trying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good for you. But, you can get pretty good at what you do, but people that got magic like that, they're on a whole other level.
Unfortunately so.
There's always some other fucker that's got it, like that prophet guy. Oh, I wouldn't want to stand up to him, just me and a pointed stick.
Did you hear what I did?
No. What?
He caught me right as the fight ended. I was on my last framed nerve, and so I put an arrow in him.
Oh, shit! And you're still living?
Nothing's fallen on me from a rooftop yet. And Pert is watching for, cesspools and stuff being dumped out of windows and stuff.
Well, you got some pretty big cojones there.
Something joke about how actually we fertilize eggs.
What?
I get it. Let's move on.
Cut.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, yes, Pert will talk with Dal for a few blocks before their paths split.
Yeah.
And if Dal's clearly following him after a couple of blocks, he'll say, well, unfortunately, I'd best be off. We are leaving the city, if not immediately, as soon as possible.
Oh yeah. I should probably also get going. My ship's gonna be leaving soon. Don't want to miss it. Yeah, business took a little longer than expected. Partner's getting antsy. We got a lot of work to do back in Leda.
Just keep your head down. You're a good friend, Dal, and it'd be painful to know that your information came at the cost of your life. It's important.
Yeah, you too. I wouldn't want to hear that you got in over your head with all these magic types. They were pretty hard to stand up to. Not like them.
I'm doing my best to keep par. You don't worry about me.
Oh, I'll worry about you. I'll be seeing you around. And if you ever need help with anything, we'd be happy to lend a hand.
Just a second, brain just popped. You said Leda, Jamie?
Yes.
Dal?
Yeah?
And Pert pulls him into not into an alley, but, to the side of the road and pulls out one of the sketches. You ever seen anything like this?
Yeah. There's some folks around Lita that worship this like figure called the Principal. I don't know very much about it. I'm not actually from Lita. I think I've seen it around a few times in back in Nerona. They call it something else. Oh gosh, what was it? I can't remember now.
No major artifacts or anything that come to mind when you think about stuff people have talked about them?
Nah, religion ain't really my thing.
It's fine.
Oh man, that's gonna bug me now.
If you ever think of anything else, please leave a letter at either of the embassies.
Yeah, will do. He starts to walk away and then turns back, snapping his fingers and says, "Oh yeah, I remember. Ayun. That's what they call her in Vrogel."
Sorry, how do you spell that? And this is Pert in character. Sorry, how do you spell that? And he's actually pulled out his book.
Ioun.
And that's an alternative name for the religion or the principle, or...
Yeah, the head figure. What? I don't know that much about religion. Sorry, man.
It's okay. You're helping already.
Ah, I'm glad. I'll see you around.
I'll see you around. Keep that head on your shoulders.
And as Dao walks away, kind of waving to you, something catches your eye. He has something strapped to his back, wrapped in cloth so you can't really see what it is. But it's almost as long as he is tall. Kind of gets thinner towards the bottom.
That was the other question I was going to ask him, but I am going to leave that as a huh. Because I don't think Pert would have made that. Well, actually, what do you say, Jamie? Oh gosh. Not just perception, but like a ability to mentally visualize. So just a raw wisdom or raw intelligence.
Yeah, give me a wisdom check.
All right, raw wisdom.
That kind of look. You're talking about what he has on his back?
Yeah,
That kind of looked like a gun. A really, really big one.
and I think Pert can't resist and bolts to Dal's side and grabs his shoulder a second time and looks Dal square in the eyes.
He's just smiling.
Did you shoot the wizard? Flat, no motion, just...
I was just doing my job. He puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "I'll be in touch."
conflicted.
Dang.
And Pert will nod a little. Don't be a stranger, but the principle of no gods, no kings isn't a good solution either.
Dao walks away.
And Pert walks back to the mansion. I think because of his conflicted emotions, he is still walking at as fast as he can, but he's not running.
Mm-hmm.
They would be back by the time Pert gets there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
then I think Pert bursts in on Zoe's room just because Zoe was 99% the one that he has the most connection to in this specific issue. Is she by herself?
I'm so sorry, there's fireworks going on outside.
I can't hear them, but that's fun. Is Zoe by herself?
Ty?
I'm sorry. I don't know. Is Zoe by herself? It's hard to answer questions when it's just, randomly.
Just before dinner time, and I'm assuming we're not leaving this second, but we're leaving either tonight or in the morning.
I think this is like just after Zoe got back, because it would take you time to get down to the sewer, copy the teleportation circle, come back up.
Zoe's in the bath.
I think Pert still breaks into the room regardless,
Oh,
and is just ranting and raving incoherently until she probably hits him with a loaf of soap or something.
no. A loofah?
Loaf of soap.
So you're in a room of darkness, which instantly casts the second you open the door.
I'm pretty sure Pert's still just going to be ranting and raving blindly in the darkness.
Pert, get out!
And I think he finally gets out the word gun.
Get out for 5, 3... 1 moment.
And I think Pert finally stops talking. And turns around and sees some hint of daylight outside the room, and so he steps through the door and pulls it closed behind him, and then goes back to ranting and raving.
After, probably the shortest time ever, Zoe opens the door. Her hair still, not up for once, which is weird.
Is Pert loud enough to draw in Rizwin or any of the other neighbors?
That's up to you.
Probably.
Is anyone coming, I guess is what I should have said.
Sure.
And when Zoe appears, Pert's got 3 wads of mint in his gum and is chewing aggressively. And as soon as she's visible, he kneels down and pulls out a sketch of Dal he's done and starts explaining about Dal, the information, the gun, where he does business, the fact that we know guns are there, and the fact that Dal was carrying a long metal thing almost as long as he was tall, wrapped in cloth. The conversation they just had, everything.
So I assume the answer is no, but does Zoe recognize this drawing that was brought out?
No.
I assume none of us.
Yeah, none of you recognize it. Kurt's the only one who's seen this person before.
But yeah, he's from. He does business where the guns are made. He's carrying a metal length that deeply resembles a gun. He's providing information to try to deal with the religious group.
So they're against the children?
They're against both factions, which technically makes them an ally, but they're also murdering people in the street. And remember back in Marielda when the one guy's head exploded?
Mm-hmm. Ooh. I'm trying to remember, did we suspect that guy of somehow being involved too?
He was just a gangster that you made a promise to and was like, hey, you fuckers, give me my ring.
An enforcer for the Thieves Guild at best,
Right.
maybe, question mark.
So, just this is postulating to the group. Sounds like they could just be protecting one of us, some of us, all of us.
Who was specifically there when the head blew up?
I was, Pert was,
There was 4 of you. I don't remember which 4.
I
Rizwin,
was.
and Fire. Is that who it was?
Yeah, I was there.
Also, he did.
Because the promise to the ring was to Kamel and me.
Also, he did nothing to protect us yesterday. He just shot.
I mean, what one person thinks is protection is not necessarily what everyone thinks is protection.
But if he was going to shoot, wouldn't he have shot sooner? Like when he was running away? Or attacking?
I mean, given the description of this gun, it sounds like it might require a bit of time to set up and find the right spot.
When he got shot, he was just about to do something, right?
He had just attacked me with a fireball.
No, that was after.
Well, that was after, right? He was about to come with us, sorry.
Yeah.
Huh.
So they might have been wanting to keep him away from us.
And I don't know if Pert said this out loud, but the description I was getting is he seems very anti-magic as well.
I mean, he's definitely anti-powerful people. I don't know if it's magic specifically.
I'm sorry, I need to step back a little bit while the conversation was had. I know who Dal is, but I don't know if we have assessed what organization he is from.
We have no idea.
We know that he does business supposedly as a merchant of some kind, and he fed Pert information at the fencing club that is a question mark front for the Thieves Guild. Jamie, is that a correct summation?
I don't know that the club is necessarily a front for the Thieves Guild. It's more... It is, like, loosely associated with the Thieves Guild, we would say.
Yeah.
It's a shady place of meeting.
Yes.
A place guild members would feel comfortable even if they don't own the place.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from what it sounds like, he said, "We'll see you." As much as I hate to say it, we have no leads. And we don't have the time to track down more leads.
Can I spare an hour to go check what boats are leaving according to the harbor master? Or what boats have left in the morning when we go to leave? We're leaving in the morning, right? Or now?
Yes, leaving in the morning.
Okay. I guess at the least I can get a list of names from the harbor master so that way we know if we see a specific boat we can watch for them.
I don't know, like half of those words, but I would say, go what you want to do.
I mean, sure. I don't know what information you'll be able to get, but do your best.
That seems reasonable to you, Jamie?
Yes.
Cool. Then that's at least as a footnote for before we leave the city, Pert gets a list, whether he has to steal it or just gets it from the harbor master.
Okay.
Anyone that's left in the last 24 hours or is leaving in the next 24 hours. So basically a 48-hour window.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Pert likes Dal, but Dal murdered a person. And yeah, Pert doesn't mind murder, but there's rules.
I mean, we've murdered lots of people.
I mean, actually, we haven't.
We've murdered lots of creatures.
there's rules. That's what I'll stick with. Not just killing people left and right for fun.
Okay. So as this conversation starts to peter out, you're called down to dinner. I need to take one last bathroom break. Sorry, guys.
That's
It's okay, I do too.
Okay, I'm back. Hopefully that will be the last of my interruptions.
It's all good.
Welcome back.
My mom is watching right now Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Or like the 5th time.
Your mom's a nerd.
She is.
Bach.
Welcome back. Everybody here?
Mm-hmm.
Yarp. Meow.
Mao.
Oh, that reminds me.
Do we have any bills?
Well,
So Phelan does show up for dinner.
Good.
And he politely asks what you all plan on doing with the cat.
I don't think we should take the cat on a boat with us. Might I suggest that Phelan, you take care of it?
I mean, Phelan would take it on a boat.
They're probably staying here for a while.
Gwen is giving puppy dog eyes at her mother.
Mom, can we have a cat?
Mom, can we keep him?
For a second, I thought you meant Phelan.
No.
I tried that, it failed.
Make a persuasion check with advantage, Zoe.
I would love to, but I'm having issues loading roll 20.
Uh-oh. Mom says I'll think about it.
Mom is pondering.
I still want to load roll 20 though, because
Yeah.
does Phelan is Phelan asking because he would like to have the cat?
No, he just wants to make sure that the cat's gonna be okay.
Ah, I gotcha.
Yeah, he risked his neck for that cat.
He did.
He literally.
Yeah, he really stuck it. He's really stuck his neck out for that cat.
I think sacrificed might be more the word than risk.
Yes.
Oh yeah, let me check. I sit Phelan and take a look at his neck.
It's still pretty scratched up.
I give him a very nasty, smelly unguent made of things. This will help.
Oh, I can already tell it works by how it smells.
Splat, splat, splat.
I like
At
the way
dinner
you just
table.
said things.
Yeah, things. Like the meat that I found in the forest.
What's in it? Ingredients.
Stuff. meat in quotation marks.
You could have
Food
put some
and
of my mint in it at least to make it smell nice.
Please don't put mint in everything.
God damn it.
I mean, it's two teenage girls both rolling a 13. That's a 26.
You hear Gabrielle mutter, perhaps the kitchen staff could use a mouser.
That cat is going to get so fat so quickly.
That thing is gonna be living in Gwen's room and never see the kitchen.
It's going to get liver pate every goddamn day, isn't it?
Yeah, next time we come here, the cat has his own room.
I mean, the cat is already regally resting on a cushion.
The cat is going to be spherical.
Did Malice give up her cushion to the kitty?
No, the kitten's on a smaller cushion.
Melas learned how to bring two.
Oh.
I mean, tentacles.
Yeah.
I'm also remember Mellis still has the anklets of spider climbing on them.
Mm-hmm.
So Mellis could just be walking around on the ceiling too.
And the painting. And the paintings.
Emma might not, or Malice might not know about them yet.
Oh, I
come
think
on.
Melis has figured it out by now.
Melis is totally wearing them.
Wearing them is one thing. Realizing what they can do is another.
The cat has already figured it out.
I think Melis is too busy sleeping right now. He ate and then he slept.
He ate, walked up the walls a bit, and went back to sleep.
Mm-hmm. I have created a monster.
At least there's, not many places they could walk on a ship.
Oh no.
Yes, I'm sure there's not many places.
Oh no.
So the kitty is staying.
Did you tell your family that you were leaving tomorrow?
I think they've known for a while that Zoe was leaving. I think she would have told him this morning.
Okay.
I apologize. I forgot. I don't think Zoe would have.
Yeah. Gwen seems kind of down. She's more picking at her food than anything.
So Zoe leans over to Gwen and whispers softly to her, "You want to have a sleepover?"
Sure.
I can come see you even when I'm not here, right?
Yeah, it's not really the same, though.
I'll try and get back soon. I won't stay long this time.
Okay.
So I don't know what else you have planned, but I would like to have a conversation with Phelan after dinner.
Okay. Then yeah, dinner concludes. It is a slightly more formal affair than dinner has been for the last few days, just because Phelan is here in a more official capacity. And your parents are, they are still nobility and diplomats and want to put on a good face, even though your father especially seems sad that you're going to be leaving again.
So we need to have a slumber party with all our family.
So yeah, you can have that conversation with Phelan as dinner is wrapping up and plates are being cleared.
She takes Phelan off to probably the library,
Okay.
a quiet place that she finds safe, and just says, I know you are a good person, and I believe you want to keep Rizwin's secret. Would you like to make it so that it's not something you can share?
You can do that?
I believe so.
I think that I would like that very much, yes.
She takes out the ring she got from her uncle and hands it to him and asks him to put it on.
The necklace, you mean?
Was it a necklace?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought for some reason it was a ring and a necklace. Then yes, the necklace.
Okay.
I suggest that you think of this as a reward from my father, and that you never speak of Rizwin to anyone but myself. You never speak of what Rizwin is to anyone but myself or Rizwin herself.
Of course.
Does he get one last dice roll that we get to see, or is this a we'll see?
I would assume this is him failing on purpose.
Yeah.
I will point out that compulsion will also mean that he can't speak to any of us about Risman either. We worded it.
Yeah, I want to change that, so I'm going to do it again.
Okay.
I want you to not think of what Rizwin is. I want you to think of this as a gift from my father. Never think of what Rizwin is, and never speak of what Rizwin is to anyone who isn't in the immediate group with us. How does that sound, everyone?
I think we can sort of vaguely hand wave it to. Can't speak of anyone who wasn't. Don't speak of it to anyone who wasn't immediately present.
Yeah.
I think the intention is clear.
Yeah.
And I don't want him thinking about it so his thoughts can be read.
That is some wise foresight. He just says, "Oh, of course, all right."
Third time, same thing I just said, and I suggest you never take off that, and never take off that necklace. I don't know all the details on how that works, but I'm trying to cover some bases here.
Yeah. I will carry it with me always. Thank you, Zoe.
You should. It was a precious gift from my father. And with that,
Indeed,
she gives him a hug.
He kind of delicately hugs you back. Well, I suppose I should say my goodbyes and depart. Thank you for dinner. It was lovely.
Now, question, Jamie, for myself.
Mhm.
Do I think I always have to stay attuned to this so you can remember, so that sticks? Because it seemed like it wasn't required.
Yeah, I did not make it a requirement. You have to attune to it to make a suggestion or to end a suggestion. But the spell has been cast. The spell is upon that item and it's upon him. So
Good, 'cause I got a feeling it's kind of gaudy.
Isn't suggestion 8 hours?
This is a different magic. I think it's different because it's a magical item. Rule of cool, etc.
yeah.
It'd probably self
Yeah, it's based on the suggestion spell, but it's pumped up to quite a bit of a higher level than that.
It's not so much 8 hours as 8 decades.
It should at least give Rizwan some time.
Phelan comes back to say goodnight to all of you.
And Pert kind of gives him a strong handshake and just mutters something under his breath. Thank you for not disappointing me. You've done great to help us all.
Oh,
Mostly
right.
trying to subtly reference him actually protecting Rizwan when Pert had to leave, but trying not to say that.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. He gives a little bow with a little flourish to Nicholas and Gabrielle. Thank you so very much for the excellent dinner. And the beautiful gift as well. And your father just looks at you, Zoe.
Zoe makes like the gesture of he hit his head. He hit his head yesterday.
Eyebrow raise. But he just rolls with it. And unless anybody has anything else, he goes around, shakes all of your hands. Last one's Rizwan. I hope I'll be seeing you again. It's been a pleasure.
I think she just nods and says, "Until we meet again."
And with fireworks going off in the background.
I can hear them this time.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yay, long weekend.
Yeah. Phelan takes his leave.
We have met good boys lately.
Was Phelan the Magoobliet for this campaign, or this chapter, Jamie?
No comment.
Hey, Fire, you want to come help me with something?
Sure do.
Zoe and Fire do another night of Zoe's headband.
Okay.
It is at 4 days.
Okay.
Shouldn't be 3 days.
Nope, I was given the first night 2 more nights. Then we had shit to do, and so this would be the 4th.
Yeah.
That is what I want to do with Fire. I apologize that it was boring.
No, it's because I have a thing that I'm doing too. I thought I have the same days as you.
No, it's
But
you're one behind because of spell slots.
That was why. Well, after that, me on my own, on my room. I do one more day.
Yeah. After Fire and Zoe finish up together, Gwen is like waiting outside. Zoe, like, I thought we were gonna have a sleepover.
I was taking care of other things so I could spend the night with you.
Okay.
So
Hey,
he
do you-
goes.
Sorry.
So he goes off to get her PJs.
How's it doing? Do you want me to leave you some badgers?
No?
Okay.
Badgers, badgers. We don't need no stinking badgers.
She liked badgers. Or not.
Badgers
Yeah.
don't belong in the house.
Nonsense. I transform in a badger and waddle away.
Goodbye.
Awkward squeaks. This fire tries to open a door or something.
Oh.
Badgers are
He's-
big enough. I can scratch a door until I open it.
Oh,
Or scratch your way through the door.
Fire was being so good for so long.
Badger hair everywhere.
Gabrielle goes up to Amalus and officially gifts the pillow to Melis that he's been dragging around all this time.
Is it because she doesn't? Because it's not in high enough quality to put it back where it was anymore?
Yes.
It's cheaper to buy a new one than get it reupholstered.
I knew I should have said. And Zoe orders a new pillow while out.
Is there anything else anybody would like to do tonight?
I have something after Gwen falls asleep.
Okay. But before we do Zoe and Gwen, Fire, you go to your room and do some more enchanting.
Yarp.
Risman?
Yeah, she's. I don't know. I don't know what she's doing, but she's not around. Like maybe she's out on the roof or something.
Risman's in her own head.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. How about Pert and Camille? You also in your own heads?
I think Kamel's nervous about everything that's coming up, and also just still trying to figure. See, I think part of him is still processing that stuff he got in the dream, and just trying to figure that out, and just kind of like maybe still praying, but also like trying to be more direct about things. It's like I know you're out there. Please talk to me.
Yeah.
You know.
How's Pert doing?
So, you know the conspiracy theory pinboard meme?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That, but pocketbook edition.
Yeah. He's trying to draw connections to interactions with everything. Trying to figure out if there's a logic to the murder of the thief person in Marielda, if there's some other extra reason other than somebody helping / getting something out of our way. Is it actually someone helping / getting something out of our way? Is it just pure coincidence? I think he'll end up sending a letter to the Marielda embassy before he finally goes to bed, asking them to look into whether there was any business that thief got up to before he was murdered, just as a, see, I can connect the dots now.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, beyond that, he probably spends a few hours working on that web of insanity before passing out.
Okay.
I Fire after finishing, and it's like going to bed, and he has a sudden realization and scrambles back to Zoe's room. Zoe!
I assume Zoe pops her head out of Gwen's room.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
I forgot. Oh my god, we had all day. I need something expensive, and we will not have time tomorrow. I don't know if it's possible, but could you ask if they can get it before we leave? We pay.
First, I need to know what you need.
I need like something shiny, like a crystal ball or a super fancy plate where I can put water in it. I need a focus for a scrying spell.
You need a super shiny plate? That you can put
Yes,
water in it?
yes, worth 1,000 GP.
Oh, I don't know if you have anything like that kicking around the house.
Okay, shiny plate. It was like, okay, but don't tell mom I stole this. 1,000 GP? I assume rush order is not part of that 1,000 GP, right?
No.
Might have to wait for the next arc for that.
Nobody's gonna have that available.
Damn it, we're gonna go away, and who knows when we're gonna be in a big city again. I forgot.
Karkamat's a big city.
Hargoment's a huge, big city.
Who knows when we're gonna be in a big city again?
I know that place. Camille is from gotta be backwater of heat. They're making him the ruler of it. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Hey, Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
May I make a luck roll that I saw something that would match today while shopping for my own stuff?
I mean, you can make a luck roll, but I don't. I mean, I guess you could probably like try to delay until like mid-morning when the shops are already open.
I mean,
I was
at least I could direct them to it and be like, "Go there, bang on the door real loud, and say I have money."
Yeah, I was also thinking what the original favor of Fire was asking. Like, could you like ask a servant to get it overnight to somewhere?
I don't think that's happening. You can make me a luck roll. I roll 90 or above. Because this would be a pretty rare item. Well,
Hell no. I tell you what, I will help you find one when we get off the boat.
Okay.
Either that, or you know what? That's it. And then she shuts the door.
Damn it. I walk away.
is everything okay?
Fire is a unique character who's very forgetful. This is why I make lists.
What are you two doing for your sleepover? Just sitting around and talking?
I think so, mostly. Maybe Zoe's showing off some little things, as well as a spell she just learned, because no matter what I do, it's going to happen, where she shows off Mage Hand. Specifically that she can read a book with no hands.
Gwen thinks it's pretty neat, but you can tell that she's kind of down and a little distracted.
Gwen?
Yeah.
Is it just that I'm leaving?
Well, Yeah, kind of. I mean, like, I knew you were leaving, but I just thought we would have more time. And there was things I wanted to talk to you about, and I kept thinking, oh, I can do it tomorrow. And then you were going around fighting wizards and monsters, and I can't bother you about it then.
Well, I'm not fighting wizards and monsters right now, and we're talking.
I know, but
And-
I'm not ready! I'm sorry.
I think Zoe just pulls Gwen close to her. You know, sometimes we're just not ready when we have to do things. And is this something you just want to hold in for a while?
No. I guess not.
So, would you like to go someplace more private?
My room's pretty private.
I know.
It's not
But
that. It's just... feels... Your problems have always been so much bigger than mine. And I don't want to be a bother.
Zoe puts her hand on both of her sister's cheeks and looks her right in the eyes and says, "You will never be a bother to me, and I would rather deal with your problems than anyone else's. You have made me a much better person than I would have been without you, and I would like to help you, even if all it is to be here and listen to you talk."
Yeah. Okay, then, Abby, I have something I want to tell you.
Zoe tries to explain with body language that she's ready.
And Gwen just sits there for a while, kind of tense. And you can see her, like, kind of try to start and just can't quite get it out. Okay. Abby, I'm a boy.
One moment. I am not playing this to be mean. I am going to make confused comments.
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with that?
Yep.
No problem.
Yeah.
Gwen, I've had a bath with you. I know you're not a boy.
I know. Like, it's not.
Okay. I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood. Do you mean like you feel like you're a boy?
Yeah. And, like, I know that might be kind of weird because, I have a really high voice, and everybody says I'm pretty, but it just... It's
Emma?
always felt like kind of wearing someone else's skin.
Well, one, there's nothing wrong with being a pretty boy. Have you seen Emma? And, I mean, you're still young. There's boys' voices drop later. I think. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't around a lot of kids growing up. Technically, I'm probably still growing up, but how long have you felt like this?
A while. I didn't really think about it until you left, and Rena always said that I was so busy taking care of you that I just couldn't think about me until you weren't around, and I didn't have a choice.
I'm sorry, who said that?
You know, the lady.
No, I missed it.
Okay.
I didn't.
Rena, one of the hairdressers. You remember Gwen's little club?
Yes. I just didn't hear the name.
And
So I kept you from feeling your own feelings?
no, I think maybe it was a distraction.
Like you were using my problems to avoid your own?
Maybe.
I do that too. So, I have a brother.
And Gwen just starts, tears just start streaming down his face.
She says with the lightest form, like the most humor she can put into her voice. You know, boys aren't supposed to cry.
Oh, shut up.
She pulls her brother in and just holds him close. You know, purple's a royal color, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks good on you. So I don't want you to stop wearing it. Or maybe I just like it a lot and hope you still wear it. I don't think Gwen is a good name for a boy.
No, I don't think so either. I've been thinking a bit about Quinn. I don't know that I'm ready to take that step yet, though.
So
I mean, I haven't even told anybody except for you.
Are you sure about that?
I mean,
You just said somebody told you weren't thinking about yourself.
oh. But I haven't told her. Maybe. I mean, she is pretty insightful.
Well, maybe you should talk to her about it. Maybe she already knows. Or maybe she's as clueless as I am. But we all just want to see you happy, Quinn. Like, it was Quinn, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that's a little odd to say.
That's okay. I mean, I didn't start thinking change the way I thought about myself overnight. Like, I can't expect anybody else to do that.
I think Zoe's worried about something and pulls out her book. I think I need you to re-sign this. I don't know if it will work with the wrong name.
Okay.
So I want to see how magical this thing is. Zoe flips to the page with Gwen's name on it, or Gwen's old name on it.
Mhm.
Did it update itself?
You know, I think it probably did.
She turns it to Rizwin, or to Quinn, who probably can't read it.
Yeah.
It's like, well, the book knows your proper name.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. I guess it's settled then.
I wish I knew sooner.
I mean, I didn't know sooner.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'd known today, I would have taken you shopping for proper clothing.
Abby, it's okay. I'm glad that I'm glad this went well.
Quinn, people just... You know me, I just want to see you happy. And though it might take some time for Mom and Dad to realize it, they just want to see you happy too.
Oh god, I still have to tell Mom and Dad.
Yeah, unless you want to do it right now. I'm not going to be here for you.
I don't think I'm ready to do it right now.
No.
I'm really worried about telling Mom and Dad, though.
I mean, at least you'll keep the family name going.
Yeah. It just... Ugh. I just don't want them to think that it's...
Just a phase?
Yeah. That I've been, hearing too many stories about other places and other peoples and...
Do you want to see other places and other people?
Sure. I just don't want them to... Yeah, I don't want them to think it's a phase. There are other things.
Well...
I know I'm just gonna be worried until I do it, but I'm not. I think that's a problem for another day.
Well... I mean... If you're anything like me, you're just gonna always worry.
Yeah. But if it's the last night I get to spend with you, then I want to spend it with you.
I don't know. I don't think I should be having a sleepover with a boy.
Hey, I'm still your family. Don't make it weird.
She just pulls Quinn in for a tight hug.
Thank you, Abby.
You really are going to be taller than me when I get back, aren't you?
I hope so.
So, I don't know too much details about it, but there are other families that have people like yourself in it.
Yeah.
I love you, Gwen.
Okay, can we talk about something else before my heart explodes?
All right, who do you like?
No! What did I mean?
You said something else. I gotta teach you about something. I can't teach you about that.
Abby!
Share.
And I think the two of you have a really nice last sleepover. At least last for a while.
Dum dum dum. And she never sees Zoe alive again. So, I would like to disappear to the roof for a while after Quinn falls asleep.
Okay.
Is it a clear night?
It is. You can see stars twinkling above your head. Just a little sliver of moon off on the horizon.
Zoe moves down to the far end from her brother's room to make sure not to wake him. And just looks up at the sky. Why? Why do you keep doing this to me? First you make me go meet him. You know who he was. What I did. Why did you make me go do that? You knew when I found out. You knew I wasn't trying to. Why do you force me to confront that? I'm sorry for what I did. Then, that creature. I know you want me to help. But why is it always me? Is it because you wanted me to see what he had done? Because you didn't want me to use that item? Why can't you do anything to help me before? If you can push me to save them, why can't you push me to make sure it doesn't happen in the first place? Am I the only one stupid enough to listen to you? She yells at her patron.
There's a period of silence, and then you get a feeling of sorrow, and a feeling of love. And you hear in your head, I know you did your best. And that's all I could ever ask of you. Thank you for trying.
So he wipes away some tears. Just sometimes you need to be better than just doing your best. She just sounds dejected. She'll sit up there for a while and just stare at the sky before going back to Gwen.
Mm-hmm. As you go back, as you're climbing down from the roof, you get one more feeling. And it's a feeling of faith.
Like the entity has faith in Zoe.
Yeah.
Zoe worries its faith is not put in the right place.
The faith stays anyways.
Despite not needing to, Zoe goes to sleep.
All right. Everybody finds sleep in their own time. One last night of rest in the city of Blackcaster. You wake up early in the morning, the sun shining bright. Pack your bags and say your goodbyes. Quinn gives you one last big hug, Zoe.
Is he going seeing Zoe off at the ship or staying at the house?
No, I think they're all staying at the house. You are taking your horses?
Yeah, you can load horses onto
Okay.
ships.
Then you all gather your horses. Are you taking the horse that Fire rescued?
Oh yeah, he's still around.
I don't think the ship would have, like, they would probably plan for X number of horses we have. They
Yeah.
probably don't have room for a spare.
No,
I mean-
I think off camera I will have said to someone at some point like, no, like or to Nikolai like, hey, Mr. Aaron, I have a horse. You want it?
They will find something to do with this horse.
The city guard got another horse.
I was gonna say, oh, does Zoe family get a cat and a horse?
I'm pretty sure Zoe's family had multiple horses already.
Yeah.
And there's probably a cat on the property, just Quinn hasn't managed to bring it into being a house cat yet.
Mm-hmm. You gather your horses and head to the docks, where a merchant ship called the Gala is slated to take you to Carcamont. Your horses are loaded.
Poor Muffin.
You are also loaded. And with very quick efficiency, and you set sail onto the ocean for Karkamot. It isn't until you're just about out of port that the first mate comes up and informs you that actually we have to make a quick pit stop first. Just for about a day, we'll be stopping in Hallamore.
Where's that?
It's on the coast.
Can we have the map, please?
So,
Okay.
yes. And with your next destination having been informed to you only once you've set off from the harbor, that is where we will end this arc.
I has 2 theories about this.
Uh-huh.
One of them involves a mid-break episode.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm confused.
So, I have plans for a little two-shot escapade somewhere in the middle of Nibbles' stuff to give him a bit of a break.
Oh, okay.
So that's me just setting that up.
Okay, gotcha.
Cool.
I was like, wow, we're taking a real hard left turn from what I thought.
Jamie,
Uh-huh.
so we don't have any surprises for you when we come back. How many days are for enchanting in the travel?
I don't know yet. Ask me later.
Yeah,
Well,
Jamie and I haven't even decided how far off the coast Karkamot is.
Then I will put you on. I will put you that in your tab of things to figure out.
Yeah.
Because I will work on that every day, and I don't know if I'll get there in the middle of it or we'll be halfway when we're get there. I don't know.
Affecting me, or
I also have another question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I? Well, I
Minor
guess
fever is a
I'm only
very
working on
common
one
side effect.
magical item. Technically, I'm having firework on the other. So never mind.
Mm-hmm.
On a related note, no rush, but when you have time, get me Pert's list of suspects.
Okay. Please Discord these things all to me, and then I will probably forget about half of them. But I will do my best.
Okay, but what was Ty's question? I don't know if you finished.
No, my question didn't matter. I was trying to figure out if I could work on 2 magical items at once, but considering you're working on one of them, and you're working on 2 items, so
just like I tolerate you, Mittens. And you two fucks. Oh, you
it doesn't actually affect me.
So?
Oh,
How's everyone doing?
good. Didn't go where I was thinking with some stuff, but
That was 5 hours of D&D.
It was.
In 10 minutes.
I had one more thought of how to get the others to talk to Zoe, but it was clear that you weren't prepared for it, even if I pulled it off.
Yeah, and also, like, I knew this session was going to be really, really long as it was.
I had a conspiracy theory about what would have happened with, at the time, Gwen and the boy Zoe confronted, which was revenge.
I kind of put Gwen is off the table. Gwen is off the table. Rule in. Parents, on the other hand, fair game.
Yeah. Well, first I will ask Ty. How do you think that went?
What
Big Quinn
part?
reveal.
It went exactly as I was expecting it to. Spoilers, I knew beforehand.
I figured. With stuff like that, Jamie, is it fair to do minor world building around those concepts of like transness and non-binariness? Like,
Yeah. So
Things like that.
I already I have some. Most of the kind of like world building I've done around that stuff has been related to Marielda and Blackcaster.
because I was just thinking of my own, like, sort of, since I've been so focused on Carcommon, like stuff that happens there as well.
Yeah.
If you're ever interested.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. How was that for everybody else?
It's fine. I mean, this arc was very much Zoe-centric, and yeah, that's great. That's fine. You know, it felt hard, especially near the end, to insert anything into it, just because it was full steam ahead on getting this done.
Yeah.
There's a lot of unresolved things that are going to spill over. Like, we really didn't deal with the children at all. We really didn't deal with Antares at all. That's going to presumably come back and bite us in the ass at some point.
We also didn't technically get Zoe's uncle, the Archbishop, to stop thinking that attacks needed to happen. Because I'm thinking that suggestion is still going.
I mean, that's on you.
Yeah, well, the problem was I had already gotten to remove the item, and then I went, shit.
He's also, you know, living in utter terror that I'll come around and kill him if he ever does anything to hurt you, so.
Yeah, well, it's throwing the city into a religious war that I'm more worried about.
That's going to happen anyway, let's be honest.
Yeah.
How's everybody else feeling?
Mostly
It was
good.
kind of fun.
Certainly
feel?
gave Risbon a lot to think about there.
On a side note, Zoe would have told Rizwan what she did. I apologize for not saying that while we were playing. Just I will forget in 6 months, 4 months, whatever it is.
I think that's fair.
I think Zoe could probably tell that Rizwan is conflicted about the idea.
I think Zoe is conflicted about it, but at the same time, she needed to protect Rizwan.
David thinks it was a great idea. I also can see 14 ways that Jamie could use that to, while not hurting us, still make it a plot point in the future.
I'm sure it will be.
There are a lot of things that are going to be plot points in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah, this arc had a lot of stuff in it.
It's why it went 3 months over budget.
Yeah, I don't think the next arc is, I'm hoping, will be a bit more focused.
Yeah,
goal-oriented.
I'm planning on that for sure. Yeah, this arc kind of it kind of got away from me a bit. I knew that there was a lot of stuff that had to happen here, and I just kind of didn't realize how much there was.
Yeah, when it started, I remember it was half an arc between this and Shiver Grove.
Yeah.
And this is a full arc.
I think this is probably the longest arc we've done.
Yeah.
This was 2 arcs.
Yeah.
This was 2 arcs worth of stuff, easily.
How did you guys find the more social, talky, political
I like it.
aspect?
It's hard sometimes to not talk over people.
Yeah.
And I think there's no easy way to resolve that given the nature of Discord.
Yeah, the nature of Discord is like that.
You know, so you just have to kind of be aware of it. And it's like, hey, if you're getting talked over, you know, it's not on purpose. It's you know, like 9 times out of 10, it's like you're speaking at the same time I'm speaking. Oh God, what do we do?
To be honest, I don't love like political intrigue and all that jazz.
Mhm.
I think you did a very good job considering it's a type of game that has a lot of moving parts on your end and on what we could do first or second. I as a player and the character that I'm playing both don't like get not me actually. I think Fire is a character that don't get involved a lot on that. So when political conversation starts, I kind of zoned out a little bit. Um, what I'm saying with all of this is considering that I'm a person who don't thrive for this type of playing, I think you did a very good job and I had a lot of fun.
Thank you.
And not all moments in the game are going to be for a character type. You know,
Oh
there's-
yeah, no.
Yeah.
We haven't had something like this. Almost like we have a little bit here and there, but nothing major. So it's totally fair that if we had things that I like, we need to have an arc for things that people like.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with that.
I just did the math. Arc 1 was 10 episodes, including side story. Arc 2 was 13 episodes, including side story. 3 was 7. 4 was 13. This was 21 before the side story.
What is the side story? Ah,
The
the
Magliviet stuff.
Magliviet stuff, yeah.
oh.
So that's Undead Arc, Marielda Arc, Underdark Arc.
So the Undead Arc, Alcalara, Marielda was Arc 3, and the Underdark was Arc 4, and
Okay.
then Arc 5 was Shimmer Growth plus this.
Okay.
But Shimmer Grove, I think, was 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this has been a lot, and yeah, like it's different from what we've done before, which was really nice. It's also prepping stuff like this is much more difficult, I find, just because there are so many more moving parts, and there's just a lot of there was a lot of players involved in this, and it's hard to keep track of everybody.
It's a lot.
Also, that this arc had the first time you guys truly, honestly threw me for a loop.
Which part?
Really? Where did we do that?
When was that?
Following Anna. I did not see
Oh.
that coming at all.
You improv that really well then.
I really
I'm both sorry and I'm proud of myself.
a genuine oh shit moment.
Yeah. And also, I hope that I've given you enough little pieces that you have lots of things to theorize about.
I mean, yeah, you've given us lots of things. There's stuff that I know I want to do on the Voyage 2 Carcammon as well that's going to involve some other people, and I'll be honest, it'll be another dream thing that'll happen, but it'll be RP'd out in front of everyone.
Sure.
I mean, after all of that, also there is the forest of black goo that we need to check at some point.
Oh yeah, like we're going to be bouncing around the continent for a while.
Good things that we got that teleportation circle.
Haven't actually picked it up yet.
Pert is going to depopulate the boat of red string.
At some point, I will get the traveling through trees spell. Not yet though.
I really think I need to pick up that spell. Okay, I guess we're going level 10 Warlock.
Yeah, I took
Oh, is that what you
Nod.
decided?
I've been debating, but one of the things I've been talking about, Jamie, is picking up Teleportation Circle. So we can start bouncing around if we can start finding them.
Or crafting them?
You can't craft one. It takes a year of casting the thing over and over again to make it
Not true,
permanent.
yeah. Fair
If
enough.
if nothing else, we can use the excuse that, well, we don't know where they're going to be in the future. I know I've just been talking with Nibbles, and Lycra has teleportation circle now as well. So, there might be places where Nibbles and Jamie will look at each other and go, yeah, there's probably one here.
Still there from Lycra having drawn it 1,000 years ago.
I mean, I'm not
Every
saying
day
everywhere,
for a year for 1,000 years ago.
but for example, in Lita, I wouldn't be surprised if there was one just because of her current connection to Lita, unless something major happens in Nibbles' plans. Oh god.
Well,
I mean, currently Lita is a wreck.
Yes. But the people, from what I understand, want to go back.
Yeah, but right now they're over here.
yeah, but remember, you have to do it every day for a year, which means you
Yes.
can't be traveling to do it while
No.
doing it, unless you got somebody else teleporting you around.
And I don't
That's for
remember.
future us. to worry
Yeah, it'd
about
be
that.
like post-campaign Lycra.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
epilogue.
Very
Lycra.
much. Anyways, I don't remember if Nibbles ever established the island's location. Do we know that? Or the island that the dragons took her to?
Somewhere out here.
Oh,
Right.
the one with the telescope on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like halfway in between. Maybe like here-ish. It's very small too. Like it's unlikely that you will come across it unless you know exactly where it is.
Much to Estella's rage.
I mean, Estella knows exactly where it is.
Is Estella just a rat in the cage?
Possibly. I don't know any of the other lyrics from that song.
I don't either.
Alright, I'm going to stop my recording